welcome to the March 7th Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners Land Use Meeting. Would everyone please rise for the pledge and invocation given by our chaplain, Commissioner Cameron Cepeda.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this time here today. We pray a special blessing over the commissioners here, that we will make the right choices to be a blessing to the people of Hillsborough County. And we ask you to bless Hillsborough County and all the people that live here. And we pray for protection over all of the men and women that are serving in the armed forces and all those first responders and those. We just thank you for that right now, and we thank you for this meeting in your holy name. Amen.
Thank you, Commissioner Cameron Cepeda. Mr. Grady, you want to review any changes?
Good morning, Commissioners. Brian Grady, Hillsborough County Development Services. We have no changes to this morning's published agenda, so I'll go to the published withdrawals and continuances on page 3 of the agenda. The first item is item A1, PRS 22-0043. This applicant is continued by the applicant as a matter of right to the April 11, 2023 Board of County Commissioners Land Use Meeting at 9 a.m. Item A2, vacate petition 21-0003. The staff is requesting this item be continued to the April 11th, 2023 Board of County Commissioners Land Use Meeting at 9 a.m. And item A3, vacation petition 22-0019. Staff is requesting the item be continued to the April 11th, 2023 Board of County Commissioners Land Use Meeting at 9 a.m. That concludes all with continuances.
Can a motion approve the changes? Motion, Commissioner Kemp, second, Commissioner Cohen. Please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Can we have a motion to approve the consent? Motion, Commissioner Kemp, second, Commissioner Myers. Please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
So if anyone's here for a B item, your application's been approved. This time, if anyone's planning on testifying today, would you please stand, raise your right hand so the clerk can swear you in?
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated.
Okay, we're on the C items, vacation public hearing. Mr. Grady?
The first item, agenda item C1, petition. Carrie Allen with Real Estate Services will present this item.
Morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Carrie Allen, Facilities Management and Real Estate Services Department. Item C1 is vacate ID V22-0002. This is a petition by GI Holdings, Madison Montgomery Tamiami LLC, and Standard Industries, Inc. to vacate a portion of 30-foot wide, unimproved platted public right-of-way as recorded in the plat of South Tampa, Plat Book 6, page 3. The petitioners are all related entities, and they have submitted this petition to unite the parcels for improved functionality. The proposed vacate area is generally located east of South 50th Street and north of Madison Avenue in Greater Palm River, and the vacate area consists of approximately 14,598 square feet, or 0.34 acres. Reviewing departments, agencies, and utility providers have raised no objections to this request. Staff recommends approval of this petition request.
This is a public hearing. Would anyone like to speak to this item?
Good morning. My name is Jacqueline Perez. I'm counsel.
Okay.
I'm sorry. My name is Jacqueline Perez, counsel for the petitioner. I'm just here to answer any questions that might arise.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Public hearing? If not, can we have a motion?
Move for approval.
Motion, Commissioner Myers, second, Commissioner Owen. Please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item is then agenda item C2, vacate petition 22-0017. Carrie Allen with Real Estate Services will provide this.
Okay, thank you. Again, for the record, Carrie Allen, Facilities Management and Real Estate Services Department. Item C2 is vacate ID V220017. This is a petition by Alafia Crossing Acquisition LLC to vacate a portion of unimproved deeded public right-of-way known as Ida Street. This was acquired by the county in 1953. The petitioner submitted this vacate request in support of redevelopment and to provide for a more contiguous edge of the existing property line. The proposed vacate area is generally located north of Gibsonton Drive and east of Interstate 75 in Riverview and consists of approximately 310 square feet or 0.01 acres. Reviewing departments, agencies, and utility providers have raised no objections to this request. Staff recommends approval of this petition request.
On this public hearing, would anyone like to speak to the item? Can we have a motion? Motion, Commissioner Owen, second, Commissioner Cohen. No comments, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
C3.
The next petition is agenda item C3, vacate petition 23-0001. Carrie Allen with Facilities Management and Real Estate Services will present this item.
Again, for the record, Carrie Allen, Facilities Management and Real Estate Services. Item C3 is vacate ID V230001. This is a petition by Turner Hines Richardson and Taylor Richardson to vacate a portion of a 7.5-foot wide platted public utility easement lying within Lot 21, Block 25 of the plat of Carrollwood Subdivision Unit 27. This is recorded in Plat Book 43, page 81. The petitioners have submitted this request to resolve the encroachment of a pool and a pool deck constructed in 1972 into a portion of the utility easement. The proposed vacate area is generally located east of Dale Mabry Highway and west of Armenia Avenue in Greater Carrollwood, Northdale. The vacate area consists of approximately 214 square feet or 0.005 acres. Reviewing departments, agencies, and utility providers have raised no objections to this request. Staff recommends approval of this petition request.
This public hearing, would anyone like to speak to the item? Can we have a motion?
Move approval.
Motion, Commissioner Cohen, second, Commissioner Myers. I just want to say, while I do not know the Richardsons, I couldn't help but notice this is 2 homes away from my childhood home growing up. So please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
C4.
Next agenda item is agenda item C4, vacate petition 23-0004. Carrie Allen with Facilities Management and Real Estate Services will present this item.
Right. For the record, Carrie Allen, Facilities Management and Real Estate Services Department. This is a petition by Jay and Valerie Johnson to vacate a portion of a 7.5-foot wide.
That has a link.
A 7.5-foot wide platted public utility easement lying within Lot 10, Block 2 of the plat of Magdalen Shores Estates, Unit Number 6. This is recorded Plat Book 43, page 48. The petitioners have submitted this request to resolve the encroachment of a pool and pool deck into a portion of the utility easement. The proposed vacate area is generally located north of Fletcher Avenue and east of Lake Magdalen Boulevard in Greater Carrollwood, Northdale,
Forward the email to me.
and consists of approximately 81 square feet or 0.002 acres. Reviewing departments, agencies, and utility providers have raised no objections to this request. Staff recommends approval of this petition request.
This public hearing, would anyone like to speak to this item? Can we have a motion? Motion, Commissioner Kemp, second, Commissioner Owen. Please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Okay, now on the E portion of the agenda, which is a public hearing agenda, and I think before we go on to E1, Commissioner Cohen, you need to make a comment.
Yes, I'm abstaining from voting on this item. I have relatives involved in this project.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Grady?
The next item is agenda item E1. It's application PRS 22-1174. The applicant's Ben LA LLC. This is a request for a modification of existing plan development that's at the southwest corner of Big Bend Road and Simmons Loop intersection. It's approved for a mix of a multifamily and a dog park that's open to the general public. that was required to meet the mixed-use requirements, that dog park being open to the general public. This specific request is to modify a specific condition that required entrance throat depth for an access drive on Big Bend to be 150 feet. The request is reduced to 60 feet. Transportation staff has reviewed that and has no objections to that reduction. I will note that it still exceeds the minimum throat depth requirements in the Land Development Code, which is 50 feet. Also, as part of this request, with respect to the proposed dog park to be open to the general public, a timing condition has been added to require the improvements associated with the creation of the dog park be in place concurrent with the development of the multifamily to ensure mixture of uses, and the site plan has been modified to more accurately reflect locations of wetlands within the project. Staff is recommending approval and we're available for any questions.
Is the applicant here?
Morning. Truett Gardner, 400 North Ashley Drive. We've got a brief PowerPoint just to illustrate a couple of things. But really, this all flows out of working with EPC since our approval in December. And so you'll see same number of units, no increase in density, no increase in height, no increase in any intensity at all. Just as we filed for permits, turned out the wetland had grown, and so the project basically had to shift. And here it comes. Oh, perfect. This is the development team, along with our environmental consultant and Kinley Horn, both of whom are here, one virtually, one in person. And site details, this is on the south side of Big Bend Road, east of 75. It was approved in 2016 for 40,000 square feet of commercial uses. In 2021, we sought and received unanimous approval from the BOCC to modify the 40,000 square feet and convert it into multifamily, which was a substantial reduction in the parking trips. And then last year and into this year, filed for permits, and that's where this issue came up with the wetlands, which are on the west side of the property. And again, same uses. This has both the multifamily as well as a community dog park. 211 units approved, no change there. Same height, same setbacks, both front and sides. And I've got Addie Clark with me, previously with Kinley Horn, traffic consultant, and now with our firm, and she's going to run through just kind of the details of the changes.
Good morning. For the record, Addie Clark, 400 North Ashley Drive. And as Stuart mentioned, we're here before you this morning to be respectful of the wetland area, and which resulted in the need for a few updates to the previous plan. You can see here that the first modification is that addition of boardwalks to connect the naturally occurring uplands on the western portion of the site, which is home to the proposed public community dog park. And extensive coordination with Natural Resources Department and Planning Commission occurred to ensure sensitivity to the area while providing this connectivity to the park. And the team is really excited about these boardwalks. We feel as if they'll really add to the park experience while also being respectful to the natural area. And the second modification is regarding the driveway throat depth, as Truett had mentioned, on the northern portion of the site. Because the site had to shift slightly due to that updated wetland delineation line, the driveway throat depth was slightly reduced. But it's important to note that the driveway throat depth was reduced from what it was previously approved for, but that proposed throat depth of 60 feet is still longer than what the LDC requires, which is 50 feet. And so as shown here and in your staff report, Development Services and the Transportation Departments have found the request to be approvable with the proposed conditions, as well as Planning Commission and the Environmental Protection Commission. And we're available for any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is anyone here in support of this item? Anyone in opposition? No one? Okay, Commissioner Owen?
Yeah, I just want to say good work on this. Thank you for being conscious of our wetlands, and there's no objection by EPC on this whatsoever.
No, sir.
Okay, good. Move for approval.
Get a motion to approve, Commissioner Owen, second, Commissioner Myers. Please record your vote.
Motion carried, 6-0. Commissioner Cohen abstained.
Okay, thank you. E2.
The next item is agenda item E2. It's PRS application 22-0030. This is a request for a minor modification to an existing planned development located on the south side of Rodine Road. Commissioners, the specifics of this is to modify the timing of when a required roadway within a project, which is referred to as Colonnade Vista Drive, is to be permitted. The conditions as amended would allow for up to 75% of the project and building permits to be issued until completion of the roadway. Michelle Heidenreich has a graphic on the Elmo if Chase TV could turn on the Elmo. Again, this arrow is just showing the location of the project, and again, that is the area where the roadway is required to be constructed. And then the next graphic, again, shows a proposed build out, and as noted on this, within the subdivision, those green boxes on this graphic show existing access points that will provide access to this project. And therefore, based on the multiple connectivity this project has, staff does not have any objections to providing for a modified timing of the construction of that road. And again, the rationale for that modified timing is to deal with relocation of infrastructure associated with an existing communications tower that is accessing through that roadway. Again, staff is recommending approval, and we're available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the applicant here? Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Mr. Grady summarized pretty much everything I was going to say. For the record, Michael Brooks, 400 North Tampa Street, Suite 1910, Tampa 33602. My client is TC Ventures. You see from the application that is an affiliate of Greenpoint, the developers of Triple Creek. Although this is referred to as the Rodine Borrow Pit site, it is an extension of the Triple Creek subdivision. And in 2021, we did a rezoning of this project to add specifically the cross connections that Mr. Grady mentioned and are on the green boxes on the exhibit. As you mentioned, the communication tower has been there since the mid-'80s. It's a 16-foot structure that has multiple users on it, all of whom have fiber and backhauls and utilities that come through that Rodine roadway, the connector road. And so what this will allow us to do is build the south section, provide access to the tower site, and then while that is occurring, the utilities will be relocated. That's all.
Thank you, sir. Is anyone here in support of this application? Anyone in opposition? Commissioner Owen?
And I'm going to try to be as brief as I can, Commissioners. This is another big day for me with land use, so everything's in my district. Mr. Grady, the current residents of Triple Creek, when they're under that 75%, they still have, there's other arteries and access, correct? Can you confirm that?
Correct. Per the graphic, we showed that the project is going to have numerous access points that will allow to go north to Rodine Road and also south through Triple Creek to Big Bend Road.
Okay, and there's been no opposition on this?
None that we're aware of.
All right, move for approval.
Got a motion to approve, Commissioner Owen, second, Commissioner Cohen. No other comments. Please record your vote.
Motion carried, 7-0.
Okay, now we're on the F portion of our agenda. Mr. Grady.
The next item is agenda item F1, rezoning PD 22-0075. The applicant is Manami Tampa Sarasota LLC. The request is to rezone 17.67 acre parcel on the north side of Boyette Road at 12910 Boyette Road from agricultural rural to planned development. The request is to allow for mixed use of 86 townhomes and 20,000 square feet of non-residential uses. Israel Monsanto will provide a brief overview of the request. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Israel Monsanto Development Services. The subject property is currently developed as a golf driving range, with direct access onto Boyette Road, a lighted intersection, and close proximity to Bell Shoals. Boyette Road is a 4-lane collector road, and existing land uses along this corridor ranges from some commercial and office uses, private educational facilities, residential uses, and preservation areas. As you can see in the map, The site is bordered by a water plant to the west, natural preserve along the north and the east, residential subdivisions along the south and further to the east. This request is to rezone the subject. Change to the proposed site plan. Subject site is going to be rezoned from agricultural rural AR to planned development to allow a mixed-use project with up to 86 townhomes, with a density bonus within parcel 1, which is north of the TICO utility easement, which bisect the property, and up to 20,000 square feet of limited commercial neighborhood from 3 proposed distinct use categories or groups in parcel 2, which is south of the TICO easement along Moyet Road, in order to achieve 86 residential units at 6 dwelling units per the acre. The applicant is utilizing policy 19.3 of the comprehensive plan, which provides incentive to encourage mixed-use developments by providing at least 3 uses on site, which in turn will permit density or FAR up to the next land use category, where 2 uses shall be non-residential uses. The non-residential uses have been classified into 3 groups as proposed in the conditions. The applicant met with the staff and is proposing a list and size of development that could be considered, where at least 2 uses shall be developed in parcel 2. 1 use from each group, where no 2 uses are chosen from the same group. The applicant is also committed to limiting the height to 1 story and architecturally finished on all 4 sides with residential-like appearance for the non-residential portion of the site in parcel 2. Also, a condition is being proposed pertaining to the timing mechanism for the development of the residential parcel 1, which will require that prior to issuance of any building permits for 58 dwelling units or more, the road and utility infrastructure necessary to service parcel 2, which is the non-residential parcel, will need to be constructed and certificate of completions issued. Lastly, the applicant also proposes to provide landscaping and native species vegetation along the floodplain compensation slope areas, which is to the north of the site. The project will maintain a minimum 35 feet of building setbacks along the east, meeting the requirement of the code, and also a 20-foot buffer with type B screening will be in place for the residential portion. Per LDC buffering and screening requirements, the proposed project will need at least 5 feet of buffer between residential uses, which is parcel 1, and AR zoning along the north and east and west with type A screening. The applicant proposes 10 feet of buffer with 6-foot high solid fence, which is going to be non-white screening, which exceeds the minimum requirement per code. And existing vegetation will be allowed to remain in lieu of required landscaping, subject to natural resources approval. The area is a mix of residential, single-family detached, low-scale commercial and office uses, residential support uses as well. Schools and churches are also commonly found in this area. Proposed project scale and design would ensure that it's compatible with the surrounding development pattern and land uses. Based on these considerations, staff is recommending approval with conditions. I'm available if you have any questions.
Is the applicant here? Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Cami Corbett with the law firm of Hill, Ward, and Henderson. Israel just did a great job of presenting the request. This is an existing commercial driving range that has batting cages and also has parties and events and golf lessons happening at the site. And there's actually one thing he did not mention is that we have a signal at our project entrance, and although we're not at an intersection, we function as an intersection. We have a signalized control at that entrance that will help the traffic flow in the surrounding area. So we are asking for the waiver to the commercial location criteria, but I think we function as an intersection, so I think we provide that. We have heard objections from the surrounding neighbors, particularly the nature preserve to the north, and also largely the subdivision to the south about transportation and traffic concerns. And so with that, I'd like to ask Abby Naylor, our environmental consultant, to come up and speak about the environmental impacts, and then Steve Henry, our traffic consultant, to speak about transportation issues.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Commissioners. Abby Naylor with Naylor Environmental Solutions. As Cami mentioned, some of the concerns that have come from our neighbor to the north, which is the preserve, were related to obviously the ecological sensitivity of wetlands in the preserve. We've, I think, done a really good job taking that information into consideration and designing the site to really buffer the development from the preserve. If you can see this graphic, the first use that's directly adjacent to the preserve is going to be just floodplain mitigation. For all purposes, it's really going to be wetland creation. We're not impacting wetlands as part of our site plan, but in creating the floodplain, it will essentially become a wetland. We've also committed to planting with native species where feasible. Then the next use below the floodplain is the stormwater pond. So we really create a pretty large buffer of somewhat natural land between the preserve and the proposed development. Just kind of for point of reference, on the west side, there's a 213-foot buffer from the preserve, the property line, and then 340 on the east side. For reference, a football field is about 300 feet, so a pretty significant distance that we're buffering development from the preserve. Another thing to bring up, it is a current driving range, so there's tall nets that border the property. All of those will be removed as part of the proposed development, which will actually promote more wildlife movement than can occur now. If you have any questions, let me know.
Good morning. Steve Henry, Langston Associates, 5023 West Floral, Tampa 33607. We did conduct the traffic analysis for the project, and based on our analysis, it shows that Boyette and the intersection of Boyette and our access work at acceptable level of service. In addition, if you look at your staff report, it also indicates that Boyette operates at a level of service C with an adopted level of service D. You will hear about the school on the south side, Boyette Springs. Our counts were done during normal AM and PM peak hour. The school, the start time is 7:40, so our counts included that, and the analysis included that time period. The dismissal is at 1:55, which is actually an off-peak time period. Our analysis didn't include that, but the reality is it's off-peak to what our uses are as far as the residential and commercial. So that concludes my presentation, unless you've got any questions.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And I know you have a long day, so I'm going to keep it brief. We do have recommendations of approval from all reviewing agencies. We have a recommendation of approval from Development Services and a finding of consistency and compatibility from the Planning Commission, and a recommendation of approval by the Zoning Hearing Master, and we reserve any time for rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone here in support of the application? All right, anyone in opposition? Good morning. You'll have a total of 10 minutes for anyone in opposition, so please come forward.
And Chair Hagan, we also have opposition online too as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commission. My name is Jane Graham, attorney at Sunshine City Law, representing Mr. James Anderson at 10514 Sedgwick Drive. My client supports the applicant's right to develop this property based on existing entitlements and Euclidean zoning, but the request for a planned development with density bonuses and commercial locational criteria waivers are excessive, inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, incompatible with the neighborhood, and unsupported by competent substantial evidence. It creates a small island with larger density that contributes to the disharmony of the area. Courts call this spot zoning, and it's actually illegal in Florida. As such, Mr. Anderson respectfully requests denial of today's request. To give some context, the record shows that this roughly 17-acre property is bounded on the east and north by the Gibbons Preserve, a rare old-growth forest, feet away from Bell Creek, which is a tributary of Alafai River running north to Alafai River, and not far from the banks of the Alafai River itself. There are single-family neighborhoods to the south and east, and there are churches nearby. The property's existing use as a golf course driving range is actually not commercial based on the table of allowable uses. It's outdoor passive recreational use based on section 2.01.02. Page 1 of your agenda shows that based on the property's existing agricultural rural zoning, which only allows 1 unit for every 5 acres, the mathematical maximum development is 3 units, only 3. Compare this to what the applicant is asking you to approve, a planned development with 86 residential units plus 20,000 square feet of commercial space. That's 28 times as many units as currently allowed, plus the commercial locational waiver to allow 4 times as much commercial space. Section 5.03.04 provides that PD districts are intended where adjacent land use compatibility is not an issue or not a significant factor, but here the record shows that there are concerns of traffic, flooding, and compatibility, as well as environmental issues. A planned development is actually the wrong district to even use in this case. The applicant has the burden to prove with competent substantial evidence that they meet the criteria under 100403E, and they failed to do so. I'm not going to go into the detail, but it's in your record. You will hear from others. Importantly, the application is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan on several grounds, including requirement goal 6 of the Riverview Plan, which is to reduce the extent possible of densities and intensities along the Alafia River. Here, the applicant is increasing density along the Alafia River, and staff and applicant in the record say that it's not the Alafia River, but Bell Creek is a tributary and it flows into it. It's not just some random part of the 400 plus square miles of watershed. Section Future Land Use 16.1 also says that for established and planned neighborhoods, they must be protected from incompatible land uses, and mechanisms such as locational criteria are actually meant to protect them. But here, the applicant is asking for a waiver of this commercial criteria. There's several other significant procedural flaws. I've written a letter which I tried to submit, which is based on legal objections. I submitted an earlier one, but this has some that are updated to today. I hear that that has been declined, so I will attempt to put that in the record.
Ma'am, I just want to let you know we have about 6 minutes left, and we got some other people that want to speak too.
Okay,
So-
yeah. So to conclude, just some other main objections. This was remanded back in December without any findings by the commission. It failed to follow the land development code. At its core, the applicant is asking you to do something that is illegal. It's called spot zoning, which renders the application void. It creates a small island of property with high density, and also it conflicts with the comprehensive plan. And you will hear from others. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Next. Next one, opposition, please come forward. Anyone
I
else?
believe Ethel Hammer on the
I know we have a few people
virtual.
online.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Putnam, if we can have those virtually, we have 5.5 minutes.
Sir. Ethel, go ahead if you can hear us.
Yes, I can.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. My name is Ethel Hammer. I'm here today in my capacity as a board member for the Tampa Bay Conservancy. As Ms. Graham pointed out, we are the immediately adjacent property owner to the east and to the north. And the board of the Conservancy has voted unanimously to oppose this because of the added intensity of the request. The application is requesting 3 waivers, very significant ones. First, the density is requested to go from 4 units to the acre, which the comp plan anticipated, and is what everything in the neighborhood is developed out as, to 6, which appears nowhere else in this neighborhood. The use itself as a townhouse occurs nowhere else in this neighborhood. This would be a different type of housing than is commonly occurring in this single-family neighborhood. The request for the waiver to the locational criteria is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, and it's incompatible with the surrounding land uses. The Conservancy is worried about the types of uses that could go in there, the intensity, the lighting, the noise, and so forth. The neighbors can testify that there's already development pressures in the area. There's traffic congestion they experience every day. There's water pressure problems, as you know, in South County. And this particular neighborhood has extreme flooding from developments that occurred previously that got approved, but the severe weather events we're having now have resulted in unanticipated consequences. Perhaps the rationale of the applicant was best summed up by the owner's statement at the July 25th zoning hearing master hearing. He said, and I quote, "We had a lot of builders contact us wanting just to put townhouses on the entire site, Pulte, D.R. Horton, and others, and we turned that down because it never reached the figure that made sense." There is a reasonable use of this property that fits within the comprehensive plan, and by the owner's own admission, there are buyers for that use. There is not sufficient data and analysis to approve a project at such a great intensity so the property owner can make more money at the expense of the community. We ask that you deny all the waivers associated with this project. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Mr. Chair, we also have a Jennifer Miller on WebEx.
Okay. There's 2 minutes and 43 seconds left, and I think we have one speaker here that still wants to speak.
I will make it short. My name is Jennifer Miller. I am the HOA president for Waterford on the Alafai. We are to the east of Ace Golf. I'm here speaking on behalf of Waterford. We would like you to hear our oppositions, which has been presented several times to all the planning commissions and directly to the developers. We are opposed to the developers wanting an increase in density, and the surrounding area is made up of single-family homes, not multifamily. We all moved out here for this rural look and feel. We tried to move out in this area to get away from the hustle and bustle. Traffic on Boyette is horrendous. It took me 10 minutes. I don't care what a traffic study has to show. I live here. It took me 10 minutes to leave Waterford to make a right turn onto Boyette. That is ridiculous. The schools in this area are at capacity. We have 2 charter schools right across the street from each other, which just cause way too much traffic for the area, and it's right at the bottleneck for these townhomes. Bell Creek floods our park. Our houses are up against Bell Creek. They have come very close to being flooded. We are concerned that this development could negatively affect our homes and potentially flood the homes in our community. We are not opposed to development. I have lived here 50 years. I have seen it all. That is not the issue. The issue is all the requests for waivers. We're just asking you to take this into consideration as we live here. You do not. Please listen to the voice of the surrounding community. And if I could just share the flooding pictures really quick with you. You
have 1 minute, ma'am.
Yep, no problem. You can see where we are at right here. This is Bell Creek and where Ace Golf is. And you can see that we flood. This is after 2 days of solid rain, not a hurricane, solid rain. What is this going to do to our area? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir? We got 38 seconds.
Ryan Brooks, 12714 Shadowcrest Court. I'm here as the Vice President of Boyette Springs Homeowners Association. In this neighborhood of 1,100 houses, roughly 5,000 voters, I was able to find one house that was in support of this project. The traffic problems are horrible, and during the previous hearing, it was blamed on the county school system. And I'd like you to take into consideration there's a much bigger difference than hitting a golf ball into an empty field versus a 86 townhomes, 20,000 square foot. It is a vast difference. We are 100% against it.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. Applicant will have a 5-minute rebuttal.
Amy Corbett for the record. I'd like to ask Trent Stevenson, our civil engineer, to come up and address the flooding issues that were just raised.
Good morning. Trent Stevenson, 505 East Jackson, Tampa, Florida. There is a portion of this property that lies within the floodplain. Per county standards and the water management districts, we are required to compensate for that impact, which our plan shows a large compensation area on the north side. In addition to, we are in a peak-sensitive basin. And what that means is when we design the pre-development mean annual storm event, which is the 2.33 year per 24-hour storm event, that is our allowable discharge rate in the post-development for the 25-year, 24-hour storm event. So as you can see, based on the county did recognize this as an area of concern, hence the reason why it is a peak-sensitive basin, and we will adhere to that criteria. That's if you have any questions.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, Abby Naylor again, Naylor Environmental Solutions. I just wanted to address a couple of the comments. First of all, there was some reference to the Alafaya River being adjacent and then development adjacent to the Alafaya River. Our property is not adjacent to the Alafaya River. There is a creek that extends south from the Alafaya River towards our property, but I want to let you know that we're not in, we are meeting all regulations regarding that rule. We're not developing next to the Alafaya River. And then again, just want to reiterate, we really did take the concerns of the preserve into consideration. A football field length is a great distance, and we really did do every attempt to buffer the development very far from the preserve. As Trent mentioned, the floodplain compensation area is directly adjacent to help address any of those issues, and then we've got a large stormwater management pond south of that. So, and we are planting it. So I do feel like we really did listen to the concerns and are reasonably developing the property.
And with that, Commissioners, you've heard me say this a million times. Your decision today has to be based on substantial competent evidence that's in the record. Your staff reports, the Planning Commission staff report, those are substantial competent evidence. So the applicant has met its burden to demonstrate that we are consistent with the comprehensive plan and compatible with the surrounding area. Ms. Graham's argument as a lawyer and an advocate for her client are not evidence that you can base your decision on to this evening. Those are, or this morning. Those are only arguments that she's advancing. This property is located within the urban service boundary. It is within the Res 4 land use category, which specifically contemplates density bonuses where we have a mix of uses, and that's what we're proposing. We are allowed to up to 20,000 square feet of commercial, but not all uses can be that large. If we have a coffee shop, it has to be 2,500 square feet. The Planning Commission staff spent an awful lot of time evaluating this application and really took a hard look at those commercial uses and made sure that they were restricted to neighborhood serving commercial as well as residential support uses. And townhome uses are one of the single-family for-sale townhomes are one of the ways that are making home ownership attainable to many people. We're no longer living in an area where $200,000 or $300,000 buys you a single-family home. It barely buys you a townhome these days. And so we're living in a very different time, and so we do have to look at a variety of housing stock. And I would urge you to heed the guidance of the Planning Commission and your Development Services staff and find this request consistent and compatible with the Land Development Code.
Thank you. Planning Commission?
Thank you. For the record, Melissa Lionhard, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the Residential 4 future land use category. It is in the urban service area and also located within the limits of the Riverview Community Plan. The Residential 4 future land use category surrounds the property on all sides. This category allows for consideration of up to 4 dwelling units an acre, as well as non-residential uses such as neighborhood commercial, office, or mixed-use projects. The applicant's site plan indicates a floor area ratio of 0.19, which is below the maximum 0.25 floor area ratio and is therefore consistent with development that's to be expected in the Residential 4 future land use category. The applicant's proposed density of 6 dwelling units per acre will be achieved through a mixed-use density bonus as outlined in Future Land Use Element Policy 19.3. Commercial neighborhood uses have been proposed for the non-residential portion of the development to help meet the density bonus requirements of providing 3 different uses on site. The applicant proposes to limit the CN uses to help achieve consistency with Future Land Use Element Policy 16.3 by protecting the surrounding residential and natural preservation use. Furthermore, non-residential is limited to the southern portion of the property as depicted on the proposed site plan. The subject site does not meet commercial locational criteria, which is specific policy direction that focuses non-residential development at major intersections. The site is located approximately 2,500 linear feet away from the intersection of Boyette Road and Bell Shoals Road, which is the nearest qualifying intersection. The applicant has requested a waiver to the commercial locational criteria with an accompanying justification per the locational criteria policy direction. The proposed list of uses has been thoroughly reviewed and selected to help complement the surrounding area and is not intended to introduce intensive retail uses. Staff recommends approval of the waiver to commercial locational criteria based on the restricted list of proposed uses and the complementary nature of those uses with the proposed residential within the project, as well as other residential neighborhoods in close proximity to the project. Objective 19 and Policy 19.2 of the future land use element indicate that a mixed-use development must be integrated. Policy 16.2 requires the gradual transition of uses. The proposed site plan shows an integrated design to the residential located on the northern portion of the property and a gradual transition from the natural preservation area to the north, which is consistent with policy direction. The request also meets Goal 1 of the Riverview Community Plan, which strives to achieve better design and densities compatible with the Riverview vision. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoning Hearing Master?
The zoning hearing master considered the request to rezone 17.67 acres from agricultural rural to planned development to permit the development of a maximum of 86 townhomes and up to 20,000 square feet of commercial, office, and residential support uses, and/or a Type C community residential home. The zoning hearing master noted that the rezoning application was remanded to the zoning hearing master hearing at the request of the applicant to revise the zoning condition pertaining to the timing of the development of Phase 1, which is the residential portion of the project. Additionally, a zoning condition has been added to require additional plantings in the floodplain compensation area. The plan development includes a request to utilize Policy 19.3 of the Comprehensive Plan, future land use element, which states that projects with 3 or more land uses may utilize the density of the next higher land use category, which in this case would be the residential 6 future land use category. The applicant has requested a waiver to the additional 2-to-1 setback for buildings over 20 feet in height on the western side of the project only. The waiver was found by the ZHM to be justified as the adjacent use along the entire western boundary is a Tampa Bay water supply facility. The applicant is providing a 5-foot buffer along the western PD boundary. The zoning hearing master found that the rezoning to plan development with the conditions as prepared by Development Services for 86 townhomes and up to 20,000 square feet of commercial, office, residential support and/or a Type C community residential home is an appropriate mixed-use project. The site plan and associated zoning conditions were found by the ZHM to result in a project that is compatible with the surrounding land uses in the area and consistent with the comprehensive plan. And the zoning hearing master recommended approval.
Thank you. Commissioner Owen?
Yes, this is in my district, and kind of a bummer. This is where I hit my golf balls and go to the batting cages as well. So I am your neighbor to everyone here. So I live right on Bell Shoals and Boyette Road. So I drive this road every time, and I hear you loud and clear. I've stated my position on how I feel about these traffic studies. I do believe that this will bring in more traffic, but Mr. Gormley, the issue surrounding the East Nature Preserve, my understanding is they're putting in some type of fence that's unique or different. It says a special fence, but what is that?
The fence that is referenced in the commission and the conditions called the Trex fence. It is a specific brand and design of fence that is has some relief to it and some architectural feature to make it not a plain just white, or this could be plain fence. It has some relief to it, so it's a more aesthetically oriented fence.
Okay, but I guess I'm wondering what that does to protect the East Nature Preserve, or if it's just for aesthetics.
The type of fence is for the aesthetics. What is being done from the Nature Preserve is there is a buffer being provided on site, and the fence is being put on the back end of that buffer, where typically the fence could be right up on the front end along the adjacent property line. The fence here is proposed to be in the back end of the buffer. So what it provide is a buffered space and then the fence to provide the visual screen.
Okay. everyone's referencing 3 waivers that they're requesting. Could you clarify that? I didn't know it was 3 specific waivers, or was it just the commercial criteria locational requirement?
So it's the commercial locational criteria, the 2-to-1 additional setback on the western portion of the property where it abuts the Tampa Bay Water Facility. And is there a third waiver?
I believe the third may have been, they may have been referencing the density bonus and basically getting a higher density through the density bonus. So yeah, it was a
That's the
commercial
one I was
location.
missing. I wanted to make sure. So those are considered 3 waivers.
I don't think the density bonus, we would not consider that a waiver.
Okay.
That is an allowance in the plan for consideration of density bonus. It's not, we wouldn't consider that to be a waiver.
And on the, I know the creek very well too. The creek that's being referenced, it flows from the Alafaya River, correct? That creek, I mean, that's why it's named Bow Creek. It flows from the Alafaya River. And that's what creates a possible flooding issue there, or no?
I think that the presence of the creek there adds to the presence of floodplain on the site. And so that's an area that is a greater sensitivity to concentrated water flows. And as was stated, we do regulate floodplain development in that we allow no net increase in volume in the floodplain. So if a cup of fill goes into a floodplain, a cup of fill would need to come out. It's called cup for cup compensation.
Okay. All right, I'm going to sit back and listen to some other comments from some of the commissioners. Thank you.
Commissioner Wolstel.
Thank you, Chair. I need a point of information on what exactly can be community residential home type C, specifically because when it was originally introduced, it was that it was going to be 86 multifamily townhomes and non-residential use, but then of course the description elaborates that it could also be this other residential home type, so I'd like to know what that is. I tried to find it in, the document, but I didn't see exactly.
Commissioner, a community residential home is akin to an assisted living facility, and a type C just indicates the number of residents that it could have. So we have type A, B, and C, and so type C is the maximum capacity.
So then it's not then an alternative type of commercial. It's actually it's one type of residential that could, subject if this is approved, turn into some type of other multifamily residential.
It's a type of multifamily residential, correct.
Now, would that only be assisted living, or could there be some way for that to turn into some other more dense type of, let's say, apartments, or the all-elusive, quote-unquote, affordable housing?
Community residential homes are required to be licensed through the state, through the agencies.
So it is specific?
Yeah, specific. So it could not turn into standard multifamily or affordable housing or something like that. They would have to come back, and if they want to do that, would have to modify the plan development to accommodate that use.
Okay, I'll reserve further comment for now, Chair. Thank you.
Commissioner Kemp.
Thank you. I think it's valuable for us to put up maps and kind of delve into it a little more and see these a little more than we get to. If we could, can we put up this map, the future land use map, so we can, please?
Do you have the future land use map?
I know this was said and gone over, but I really think it's good for us to kind of digest it a little. So there it is. And the reason it's all yellow everywhere around it is because everywhere around it is a Res 4. And this property here is allowed to be Res 4 on the future land use map. So they're entitled, if they came in here and asked for that, we would be in a situation if we, didn't allow kind of by right entitlement. But they're not, but the ability to move into this density bonus is something that is our decision to make, our decision to see if that's the right thing for here. They're asking for it. It's not entitled. What they're doing is this little teeny piece here. They're looking to make that Res 6. So right now, because there's a big TECO easement right through the center of it, and I'll show you in the next map in a minute, and apparently some wetlands in there, which doesn't surprise me, surrounded, as you can even see on here, by nature preserve on the east side, by nature preserve on the north. That was also said to us by the Tampa Bay Water Facility on the west here. They're limited by the constraints of the land about what they can do. So they have 57 units that they could build there now with the constraints on the unit. Instead, they're asking for a density bonus that puts them up at 86 units. That's like a 50% density bonus. Plus, do I have this right? They get, by saying this, 200,000 square feet. Do I have that right or wrong in terms of commercial in addition?
Commissioners, a total of 20,000 square feet.
20,000, I'm
and
sorry.
I would also note within that mix of the 20,000, that's where, again, they do have an option for a community residential home in
Right.
that area. Yes.
So they have, so already if you just count the townhomes that they're entitled to, we're going 50% up from 57 to 86 plus we're getting this square footage. Now I am, have been a big supporter of the mixed use, but in this case, let's look at the immediate map area, the kind of like Google view of this. I think that makes it even more clear here. You can see what it looks like to the east, what it looks like through the developments, the Waterford that we had one of the speakers come to, the others. To the north, the preserve over there, Tampa Bay Water to the other side. To me, this isn't a prime area for walkable commercial use. It doesn't meet the locational criteria. The density bonus, when it breaks it out of this entire surrounding area and plows all this density onto this sensitive spot, to me, this doesn't make sense, and it doesn't restrict them from building on this area and to provide opportunity for people to live there. We've already got that. That's already something that they can ask for. But to then go on and push this waiver in this particular area is I believe, is not something that we should approve. And I'll make a motion to deny based on that.
Okay, we got a motion to deny by Commissioner Kemp. Do we have a second?
Second.
A second by Commissioner Cameron Cepeda. Commissioner Cameron Cepeda. Did you want to make any comments?
Yes, so I've been receiving emails from constituents about this, and for me, a biggest concern is traffic issues. I know there's different reasons why, but from the constituents, but for me, it's the traffic issues worsening.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Owen?
So this has already been remanded once, and for the new people on the board, Mr. Gormley, where are they at in the process? And I'm just thinking if we remanded again, I think the issue we have, and I understand Commissioner Kemp's point on the density bonus, that we're making such a large increase in the density in this particular spot. Again, my house was in that picture that you guys put up, so I understand it completely. Is this something that we could remand back again? I would hate to kill a complete opportunity for the developer if they're within their rights, minus, say, the density bonus. So does that question make sense to you?
Yes, it does. I think so. The first remand did involve the density bonus, and initially the project was not supported because of the structuring of the second use on the site. That has been resolved, and the applicant has proposed the construction of infrastructure that is satisfied that I think the remand, if there was something that the board were seeking to get additional information on, that would be an opportunity for remand. In terms of the applicant, perhaps reducing the ask and reducing the entitlements, that could be something considered on a remand. It would have it may be appropriate to hear from the applicant of whether they would want to entertain that type, or whether it would be remanded for simply the same application that they have before you today.
Okay, would the applicant be willing to address that?
Unfortunately, I represent Mattamy Homes. They are the applicant on this application. The owner is not present. Contractually, we are not able to agree to a remand this morning because we've already, like you said, remanded once. We actually did have support, but we had a disagreement over the conditions. So we have remanded once, and I understand the commission's concern, but as the contract purchaser, we don't have authorization to allow a remand this morning.
So without their agreement, I couldn't make a motion to remand for that specific reason, substitute?
You could make the motion. It's just a matter of whether the application would be amended in response to that.
Right, because the one thing I'm worried about is the property doesn't have no value. It's not that it can't be developed. So I guess I'm trying to avoid them having to go back to the drawing board if they would be willing to make something a little more compatible without the density bonuses. So that's what I'm trying to get out here, if that's a possibility.
A remand could, if the board wanted to, so the challenge is if the applicant is not willing to change or in a position to change their request, a remand back to consider something different, it would be somewhat challenging if the applicant weren't making that change. If the board wanted to flesh out some of the, have information on the traffic impacts or additional information on that, and perhaps some of the uses, that may be something that could be considered under remand. But again, without the applicant amending their application, and a remand to consider that would be, it might not have all the pieces moving in that same direction.
So then if I did a substitute motion to remand based on the traffic impacts of the increased density, and okay, go ahead.
So what's being suggested is if the application could be continued to next meeting, they could have the property owner here who could speak to that. So that's another option that the board has. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
I'll make a substitute. No, thank you for interrupting me. I'll make a substitute motion to continue this so that we could have the applicant here to answer those specific questions.
Okay, we got a substitute motion to continue to our next land use meeting by Commissioner Owen, second Commissioner Cohen. Commissioner Wostel, do you have any comments on the substitute motion?
I do, and I would say to the opposition, so my entire platform was demanding that this county prioritize spending on infrastructure improvements first to align with future development. Now, the caution that I have, and the reason that I would have supported this, and I'm going to support the remand, is that these waivers and what we've just observed in the past 4 years is that this could have been the previous push for quote-unquote density, which could have resulted in mass affordable housing, which probably would and likely have been happily approved by the previous board. And that would have been way worse than what this potentially could turn into. So that's why I'm going to support the remand.
Commissioner Cameron Cepeda.
Yes, I would like to support the remand also because of the traffic study as well. Thank you.
Again, it's a substitute motion to continue. It's not a remand, so it'll come to our next meeting?
Yes, that would be April 11th at 9 a.m.
Okay. And it was a second by Commissioner Cohen. And per a policy meeting that myself, Commissioner Wostel, and Commissioner Owen was in, it was requested that we say that this will eliminate the original motion that was on the floor. So substitute motion to continue. Please record your vote. Commissioner Kent, I'm sorry, do you want to make a comment?
I'll just say that I just don't think I think our other board would have come in the same place, or even a motion to deny. I don't think we should characterize past boards. I was certainly on the past board, and I'm the one who have brought forward this information.
Okay, thank you. Please record your vote.
Commissioner Rosto? Thank you. Motion carried, 7-0.
Thank you. F2.
The next item is agenda item F2, rezoning PD 22-0719. The applicant Sunny Ciea. The request is to rezone a 3.94 acre parcel on the north side of US 92, west of McIntosh Road, and east of Kingsway, again from RSC4 residential single family conventional to a planned development. The request is for approximately a 55,650 square foot mini warehouse facility. As noted in the agenda, it's not recommended for approval by Development Services, found inconsistent by the Planning Commission and not supported by the hearing officer. Ostensibly, compatibility concerns regarding the existing residences that located to the north. Michelle, if you can go back to the previous aerial. Again, that's the proposed layout, but again, as you can see, the existing residential in the immediate vicinity. Planning Commission had found it inconsistent with the Sefton Mango Community Plan, ostensibly, and if you can go to the comp plan graphic, which Planning Commission will speak to more in their presentation, but there's a policy regarding minimizing or not encouraging encroachments of commercial on 92 outside of the urban service boundary, and again, that blue line in the west portion of the property is the urban service boundary. Again, it is not recommended for approval, and staff's available for any questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Is the applicant here?
Yes.
Please come forward. Good morning. You have 10 minutes.
And
please state your name.
My name is Sunny Ciea, 9903 Maple Street, Gibsonton, Florida. I'm here to ask for the county commissioner's approval for me to develop this land as a self-storage facility. As you can see from the future land use, it is SMU6, and based on that, I believe we are entitled to it. And it's also not it's light intensity based on traffic. It's also light on resources like water, septic, and usage-wise. It does. Also, based on the surrounding, property, as you can see, it's
Sir, could you speak into the microphone?
yeah, it's recreational it's RV park, so it's considered as commercial. And other land around it is also commercial intensive, commercial general. And so building a self-storage facility will not just enhance the community of the RV parks there, as well as the school system and the local businesses. So I would like to ask the county commissioners to please approve this based on not just on the benefits of it, but based on the entitlement of the future land use.
All right, thank you, sir. Is anyone here in support? We'll come back to you, sir. Thank you. Anyone here in support of this application? Anyone in opposition? Please come forward. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Grace McComas, and I live at 805 Old Darby Street in Sefner. I am speaking on behalf of myself and as requested for Elizabeth Belcher, who is out of the country, and did speak at the zoning hearing master. We are still opposed to the current application to mini warehouses on Highway 92 in Seffner from the strip mall previously proposed. Nothing has changed to make it consistent with county requirements, as county staff have stated. It is inconsistent with the Seffner Community Plan, in which our goals 1 and 3, the strategies are recognize the commercial and the urban service area, restrict retail outside of the urban area, and discourages retail along Highway 92 and Martin Luther King Boulevard in the rural area. I have with me the map that we prepared when we had the community plan, and those things are clearly identified. I'm glad that Mr. Sia has realized that his property is in Seffner and hasn't said that it's not this time, and that it is in the rural area. So I'm glad about that. The commercial he refers to along Highway 92 was all grandfathered in more than the 34 years I've been in the area. Mr. Sia, who is a very pleasant gentleman, by the way, has tried at the zoning hearing master, which I'm sure you have the printout of, to say that he wasn't in the rural area or in Seffner, but I see that he's remanded that. He states that his future land use zoning is SMU 6. The current zoning is RSC 4. He is requesting a rezoning to PD with a proposed SMU 6 land use. The proposed use stated agricultural plans are not consistent with the proposed use, and stated agricultural plans are not consistent with the surrounding area or with the comprehensive plan. At one point, which is in the ZMH report, he said that Highway 92 will be widened to 4 lanes, will be a very heavy traffic area, and there refutes the rural definition. I don't believe that's true. There's a lot of things that he had commented on that obviously he's not saying to you, but you've read it all. And the widening of McIntosh, he had stated between I-4, between McIntosh and Gallagher. It's true, but his property is west of McIntosh Road, and it also will be widened. There's a statement in his there's a fact in his statement saying that the EPC said that and I'm not sure how he does this, 13-star wetland and also historical man-made is a historically man-made ditch, and therefore 14-star. EPC comment sheet qualifies this for a notice of exception. I don't see that in the EPC comment sheet, so I don't know why it's included. The property does not meet locational criteria as stated by county policies. Applicant cites an intersection at Highway 92 and Airstream Avenue. That road, I believe, is only an emergency road to 92 from Airstream RV, the RV retailers. That road lies to the east of his property, but he has no boundary along that road, no access from his property, or a request for easement through that property to the road. In any event, by county code, it is not a qualifying intersection. He also had stated 2 cases, 210371, a property owner who wanted to bring his property code up to code, and that is one of the reasons he thinks he should have locational criteria. Also, 120512, the codes in 2012 and the criteria were different in this area in 2012. And he talked about their commercial tract being allowed to have 90,000 acres, 90,000 square feet, I'm sorry. I'd like 90,000 acres. But they have taken all of their strip malling commercial from along Highway 92, from the start of their property to the end of their property, which was like 1,200 square feet, or 2,000 foot frontage, and reduced it to 330 feet, and put it all in one conglomerate corner, which is now, would be, when it gets developed, it hasn't been yet, is directly across from the existing old commercial buildings, which we don't have any problem with. They're all good neighbors, and they in the most recent narrative, Mr. Sear reduced the floor area to 65,000 square feet from 70,000 square feet, which is still over the current allowance in the rural area of 40,000 square feet. And as he wrote in his last letter, December 27th, the FAR he has designed for is 0.37. By county code, I believe in the rural area, the FAR is allowed at 0.25. The three-story building is also not compatible with the surrounding area, no matter what agricultural style he proposes. Wetlands, which he states are man-made, are still not delineated on the site plan, says EPC has not done it. I thought it was to be included in the site plans by the applicant. That's what the county said. No lighting appears to be addressed in the site map or in the narrative. Will access to people's units only be permitted during daylight hours? And what about the inside of each storage unit? No retention pond appears to be on his site plan. He states the stormwater runoff will be managed by a dry retention located within the future FDOT right-of-way area. How can that be? Commissioners, please abide by the zoning hearing master's opinion and the efforts of the development services staff who say it's not supportable, and the planning commission staff who say it's inconsistent, and the concerns of the citizens who depend on your support in order to preserve the rural area. Sorry, I'm so nervous. I was trying to take out things that I was going to comment on, and besides, I'm too old to be doing this. Please, please deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McComas. Anyone else in opposition? Okay, applicant, any other comments you want to make? You have a 5-minute rebuttal.
Thank you, Ms. Grace. I'd just like to reiterate that 3 things. Basically, the property is not located in neither Seffner nor Mango. It's in the assessor's office, it's addressed as a Dover. And given that, that's why if you look at the future land use, it was all pink, because that was the plan when they did that it's a suburban mixed use. And secondly, Ms. Grace, she lives 1.9 miles from that land. So there are no opposition as far as the nearby neighborhood. And we all mailed it, all the mailings were sent out. And third, we abide by the locational criteria. Our land frontage is like 900 feet. So 56% of that is considered part of locational criteria. But I cannot I cannot do anything about it. So it is what it is as far as that. But it's part of the locational criteria. If you base on more than 56% of the frontage is in that definition. And lastly, I believe that when we were doing this plan, at the beginning we wanted to put a strip mall, but based on the comments by the Planning Commission and all the other stakeholders, we downgraded to building a storage facility. With that, I would like to ask the county commissioners to please approve this project and if you have any questions.
All right, thank you, sir. Planning Commission? You did a good job with your 8 minutes, Grace. You're good. Thank you. Planning Commission?
Thank you, Melissa Leinhard, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the suburban mixed-use 6 future land use category. It is in the rural area, and it's also located within the limits of the Seffner Mango Community Plan. The subject property is surrounded by SMU 6 to the north, east, and west, and then further west and south of the property is designated as Residential 1 on the future land use map. The request would facilitate further encroachment into an area where mobile homes and RVs are present to the north, east, and west, and single-family zoning districts are located to the south. This is inconsistent with policy direction of the Future Land Use Element Policy 16.2, which requires gradual transitions of intensities between different land uses be provided as new development is proposed and approved. Though the applicant is providing buffering, the intensity of the proposed use is out of character with the residential nature of the uses that surround the site. The site also does not meet commercial locational criteria, and it's per Flu Objective 22 and its accompanying policies. Per policy direction under that objective, 75% of the site's frontage is not within the required distance of 900 feet from the closest qualifying intersection of US 92 and McIntosh Road. Although there are several uses nearby that are commercial in nature, they are either agriculturally related or in pre-existing commercial zoning districts. The existing commercial zoning districts tend to be west of the subject site, closer to the urban service area boundary. The proposed use encroaches into the residential area along the northern boundary, and therefore Planning Commission staff does not support a waiver to the commercial locational criteria. Furthermore, the proposed rezoning is in direct conflict with the vision of the Seffner Mango Community Plan. The plan for this community restricts retail developments along US 92 and Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard outside the urban service area to existing commercial zoning districts, as well as discourages further strip retail development along these portions of US 92 and Martin Luther King Boulevard that are in the rural area. In addition, the community plan states specifically where infill development and office and light industrial uses are envisioned, which is inside the urban service area between Interstate 75 and County Road 579. The subject site does not fit the intent of this vision. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development inconsistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Hearing Master?
The zoning hearing master considered the applicant's request to rezone 4.03 acres from RSC4 to planned development to develop a mini warehouse facility. As you heard from Ms. Leinhard, the Planning Commission has found that the rezoning, Planning Commission staff rather, has found that the rezoning is incompatible with the residential land uses to the north and south, and the parcel does not meet commercial locational criteria. The requested waiver is also not supported by Planning Commission staff. The Development Services Department staff does not support the request based on the Planning Commission staff findings. The zoning hearing master noted that testimony in opposition was presented at the ZHM hearing. The concerns expressed were from 2 residents that helped draft the Seffner Mango Community Plan, which discourages commercial land uses in the rural area. Also mentioned during the hearing were issues regarding the parcel not meeting commercial locational criteria and the lack of information on the site plan. The zoning hearing master found that the request conflicts with the vision of the Seffner Mango Community Plan to restrict retail development along US 92 outside the urban service area and would result in development that is incompatible with the character of the area, and the zoning hearing master recommended denial.
Commissioner Owen?
Yeah, this one kind of pulled a trifecta here with the ZHM and Development Service and Planning Commission, and I agree with them. This is not good plan. This property is surrounded by residential, and I'll move for denial.
Second.
Commissioner Kemp?
And I'll just do a thank you to Ms. McComas, who's been diligent in following the community and the community plan, and thank you for coming down, and you did a wonderful job. And we have as was stated, a trifecta here, and I think we've heard all the reasons why. So I'll support the denial.
Okay, we got a motion to deny by Commissioner Owen, second Commissioner Kemp, and I'll echo Commissioner Kemp's comments with respect to Ms. McComas. It's great to see you again, Grace. I know she's been fighting hard as far as, I know at least as far as back as 2003 for Sefner. All right, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
All right, F3.
The next application is item F3, rezoning PD 22-0859. The applicant is Roger Grunke. The request is rezone a 4.57, approximate 4.57 acre parcel from RSC4 and RSC2 to a planned development. The request, again, the parcel is located on the east side of Davis Road, south of Fowler Avenue, north of Temple Terrace Highway, east of Temple Terrace in the city of Tampa. Again, close-up of the property. The property is located on the east side of Davis Road, west of I-75. The request is for 25 residential units in a condo-type development where the project will be developed with single-family and duplex in the areas in gray will be where the structures will be either duplexes and single-family, which the structures themselves will be owned by the residents, but all the underlying land and the recreational common areas will be all owned by the property owners within the project. Staff is recommending approval with conditions. Planning Commission found it consistent, and the hearing officer also recommended approval. Staff's available for any questions. Thank you.
Is the applicant here? Good morning.
I'm the leader of our little project here, and this is Roger Grunke, our architect. We have worked extensively with Ms. Heinrich and all of the staff for the last year and drastically changed our original plans from how we had originally envisioned it. We're trying to build something that is, well, here again you can see here's another map of where we're right up next to I-75, just south of Fowler, and there across the street from us is Lamplighter Mobile Home Park, which has a density of 30 mobile homes per acre. Directly north and south of us on our land is our churches. And then there are 2 residential homes behind us, residential agricultural. And then also to the west of us is Tico, and also to the south of us is Tico. So we're kind of like a little island in there. In the future land use plan, it is R6, and that's what we have asked for. Our current zonings, we've combined 4 or 5 pieces of property to create our zone, our piece there. You can see there's our Harmony Terrace. Just north of us is the Unitarian Universalist Church of Tampa, and just south of us is St. Mark's Marthoma Church. So other than the mobile homes across the street from us, we're on Davis Road, which is largely residential, and going all the way down until where it hits Davis Road or Bullard Parkway. All of this information is easily covered by your staff people. It's future land use is R6. That's what we're going for. This is our parcel there in the red, blue, and purple and green, where we've accumulated 4 pieces of property we purchased from the previous owners. This is what our street looks like. This is Davis Road, directly from our northeast corner. And going down Davis Road, we have on our property specifically, I think it's 5 grand oaks, which we're preserving every one of them. This is the current home that sits on the property that we will be remodeling and turning it into the community center for our development. And this is our backyard. We have a little gazebo, and we call this Central Park in the back. This is our bubble plan for our development. All the yellow is where we will be putting houses. We originally started with thinking we'd like single family, individual fee simple ownership and discovered that in order to maintain our environmental focus, we could not do that. So we voted as a group to put many of them as duplexes, what you'd call them, multifamily, but so that we can, we have, I believe, 10 duplexes and 5 single houses. And that's how we can give ourselves a Central Park kind of area. We lost a house. We had originally asked for 26, which would be allowed by the zoning, but we have to put in that giant cul-de-sac for the fire department to have the ability to turn around in the neighborhood. And something that I guess you could kind of guess, I don't have a mouse here. At the north side, our central road that runs through our neighborhood will not be driven on. It is not a public road. It's not. It's strictly for fire department and emergency stuff. We want to create a village where we walk from house to house. We'll be parking on the area next to Davis Road. We'll have garages. Every house will have a garage. We'll have a swimming pool and a large community garden. And we're trying to create a different kind of housing than there is in Hillsborough County. We are not a developer who has come in and said, oh, let's do this here. We are members of the community who have decided we want this kind of place to live where we can walk between our neighbors, get to know them all, downsize our housing, and try and keep them as affordable as possible. We're finding that to build anything under $200,000 now is just really hard. So we have gone from single-family houses to now converting to a condominium ownership of all of the land. We will each individually own our houses that will be placed on the land, but the land will be completely owned by our condominium development. And there's several of us here who are part of the group. We have a group of about 10 people now who are working on this together, and we hire consultants as we need it. But we have our, this is something that we wanted to try and bring to Hillsborough County. There is none in Hillsborough County. There's one, we're called a co-housing community, and there's one in Gainesville that has just opened, but there are none in Tampa. There's 200 in the United States, okay, and there's thousands of them around the world. But for Florida, it's new, and someday I'd like to work with y'all to get some kind of a zoning thing where we don't have to compromise quite as much to develop a community that's based on walking, getting to know your neighbors. Everybody parks on the outside. We'll have golf carts, we'll have bicycles, we'll have wagons for people to carry things to their houses. We are trying to find a combination of privacy and co-living. We plan to eat together. We're going to have a commercial kitchen in our main building so that we'll share meals together several times a week. It's not mandatory. People don't have to eat if they don't want to, but we will share. And we plan to share our lives. And most of us who are in this are older, shall we say, we're, I suppose, 55 and over, but this is not a 55 and over community. We want to have multi-ethnic, and we want to have multi-age groups. So we do have several houses that are 2 stories, which can have 3 and 4 bedrooms. Most of them are 1 story and are 1 bedroom and a few 2 bedrooms. We are environmentally sensitive to the land. They're all downsized, all fully accessible. That we have a philosophy that every single person who lives there should be able to go into every home at all times. Maybe not the 2nd floor of a house, but this is not, some of the houses are accessible and some of them are not. So, and also, we'll be pooling our transportation. We're going to be, if we go down to the road to the local Winn-Dixie, we can join together and go. We can pool our rides to go to the Straz for the evening. That kind of thing. We plan to be a community of people who know each other, like each other, we hope, and work together to create a different kind of community. So here's Roger now. Put the bubble on. Put the bubble on, okay. Let's see if I can.
You've got just over 2 minutes.
Okay. This is our bubble plan. He has something he wants to show.
I'm Roger Grunke, architect. I reside at 2708 North Elmore Avenue, 33602 in Tampa. to help you better understand the progressiveness of this community and the reason why we're asking you to support this, I have developed a conventional design usage of the same plot of land, and I want to quickly compare this for you. Can we see the, yes, thank you. All right, so this is the same piece of property. It's developed with...
Excuse me, Mr. Grunke, was this shown at the zoning hearing master hearing? Sorry to interrupt, but did you show this during the zoning hearing master hearing?
I didn't show the drawing.
Did you show this document?
The information that I want to relate to you, I did cover. It has to do with the permeability of the land.
But did you show this document that's on the screen?
This document I did not.
Okay, if you could please take that down, just because the requirement for our BOCC land use meeting is that the document have been shown or placed
That's
into the
fine.
record.
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you.
All right, so developing this property conventionally, meeting the county land development code, I was able to get 10 approximately 95 by 100 foot parcels on the land. So there would be 10 2,800 square foot homes on this site if it were conventionally developed. The amount of roadway in a conventionally designed, in that conventionally designed community that would be turned over to Hillsborough County for perpetual maintenance is 16,000 square feet of roadway. The permeability of a conventionally designed subdivision of 10 homes is 62% permeability. Now let's quickly compare that to what Harmony Terrace offers. We are almost maxing out the land use density with 25 homes. This addresses the housing crisis, and the size and cost of our homes also addresses the crisis.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. Time's up. Anyone here in support of the application? Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Florence Barber-Hancock. I live in Pasco County, 21004 Negril Court. My husband and I have been members of the Harmony Terrace group for about 18 months. We are really excited about the development of this group. We were wanting to downsize and move somewhat closer to the clinic, which we have owned in the city of Tampa for 30 years. This will allow us to move closer and downsize and share in a community with reduced traffic impact and a more environmentally conscious community. We're excited about this and hope that the commissioner will approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else in support? Anyone in opposition? Planning Commission?
Thank you, Melissa Lionhard, Planning Commission staff. For the record, the subject property is located in the Residential 6 future land use category. The site is in the urban service area and also located within the limits of the East Lake Orient Park Community Plan. The Residential 6 future land use designation surrounds the site on the north, east, and south. West of the site is the Community Mixed Use 12 future land use category, and then further east of the site is also some more CMU 12 and the public quasi-public future land use category. The maximum density on site that's permitted per the Residential 6 future land use category is 27 dwelling units. The proposed rezoning is for 25 homes and meets the minimum density policy under future land use element policy 1.2. The proposed rezoning is also compatible with the surrounding area, which includes single-family residential, public institutional uses, vacant properties, agricultural uses, and mobile home park. The proposed rezoning meets the intent of future land use element objective 16, and it's modifying policies regarding neighborhood protection, as the request is for residential zoning to allow for housing in a mostly residential area. The proposed rezoning to planned development for 25 homes will preserve the existing residential development pattern in the area, and that meets the intent of the East Lake Orient Park Community Plan, which focuses on providing housing, a variety of housing types within the community. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
Thanks. Hearing Master?
The zoning hearing master considered the request to rezone 4.57 acres from RSC 2 MH and RSC 4 to plan development to develop a 25 dwelling unit condominium project. An existing single-family home will be renovated as a community amenity that will include a dining room, exercise room, and offices for the community. The house will have a commercial kitchen and 3 bedrooms for visitors to the development. The zoning hearing master noted that during the ZHM hearing, one person testified in opposition, expressing concerns that elderly residents of the subject property would wander onto her property to interact with her cows on site. Development Services staff testified that the subject development is required to fence the property on all sides with the exception of the Davis Road frontage. The applicant's representative testified that while the project parking area along Davis Road will be accessible to the public, the rest of the project will be gated and enclosed. Further, the representative testified that the project is not intended to be for elderly people, nor is it an assisted living facility. It is intended for all age ranges. The zoning hearing master found that the rezoning to planned development serves to provide alternative housing types in the area at a lower density than permitted by the residential 6 future land use category. The site plan design retains the existing trees and natural character of the property and results in an innovative project that is compatible with the area and is consistent with the intent of the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan. And the zoning hearing master recommended approval.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Cohen?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just want to really compliment the applicants in this case. This is such a creative proposal, and I honestly, the whole purpose of the PD process of these planned developments is that they allow you to be creative and come up with something that might actually work for you and the community by thinking a little outside the box. And I really hope that if people are watching this hearing, they will look at what you did here as an inspiration and start thinking about ways that they can be innovative also on sort of rethinking what residential life can look like. I think the fact that you're saving the house and the trees and turning that in to the focal point of the property is really, and the idea of the no cars on the inside with the garages in the front and the guest rooms, I think it's just really well thought out, and I'm really excited to be able to support this, and I'll make a motion for approval.
We got a motion approved by Commissioner Cohen, second Commissioner Kemp. Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
Thank you. And we didn't have any opposition here. In fact, it's the first time in all my time that I've ever heard, even in being part of the commission, that I've ever heard a letter of opposition for worries about the people on the property mixing with cows in their area. Never heard that one before. But I just want to say, yeah, it should be. I know a lot of people are looking for different options in terms of how they live in a community and want to be more sharing of assets that they have, more efficient about their use of cars, have fewer cars and have a opportunity to interact with the community. And even though we didn't, I'll be interested in hearing more about the permeable roadway, the square footage saved by, making de minimis in terms of the roadway. So you've brought up at least 30 different kinds of concepts here that I think I've never heard coming before before us here at the county. And of course, it's getting all approvals from all the different reviewing agencies. So thank you for sharing the concept, and hope we can see more of it and more people will be looking that way.
Commissioner Owen?
Yes, this is not my district, so usually I reserve comments, but I do want to compliment you all as well. Again, I've said this many times on this dais. It's what makes Hillsborough County such a great place to live, is that you can kind of pick how you want to live, whether it be a place where you create walkability and community like you are, or our suburbs, our agriculture communities, or downtown. So I wish you all the best of luck in this. I'll be looking at it closely to see how it works out, but I believe in you all. I can tell you're passionate about this. So good luck with it.
And I just want to echo the comments of all the other board members. Exceptional job, well done. So, okay, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
All right, next item.
The next item is agenda item.
It's okay to clap.
The next item is agenda item F4, rezoning PD 22-0866. This is a request to rezone a 3.82 acre parcel on the southeast corner of Big Bend Road and Balm Riverview Road from AS1 to a planned development for a commercial use consisting of a 5,200 square foot convenience store and 5,000 square foot car wash. Again, zooming in, it's located at the southeast corner of Balm River and Big Bend Road. If you go to the next graphic of the proposed site plan, here's a proposed site plan from a compatibility standpoint. The residential to the east are separated by stormwater pond and buffering and screening. North of Big Bend, on the north side of Big Bend, the parcel across the street on Big Bend is recently approved for a convenience store with gas. Therefore, based on the surrounding development pattern, Development Services is recommending approval. Planning Commission found it consistent, and the hearing officer recommended approval, and staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant here?
Cami Corbett with the law firm of Hill, Ward, and Henderson representing the applicant. Staff did a good job of orienting you to the request. It's pretty straightforward. It's a Circle K convenience store with gas, convenience, and car wash. And there was one email. There was no one that appeared at the hearing to object to this particular application. We would have been on consent, but for the fact that we had one email in the record concerned about lighting. And we did enter into the record this exhibit. And that is a code compliant, if you could switch to the Elmo, there. It is a code compliant photometric plan that shows the lighting standards that comply with your LDCs, which are pretty stringent about allowing light to protrude from commercial development. And this is a rendering of what it would look like in the evening hours. So we just wanted to put that on the record. And with that, I'm here to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Is anyone here in support of the application? Or anyone in opposition? Planning Commission?
Thank you. For the record, Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the residential planned 2 future land use category. It is in the urban service area and located within the limits of the Riverview Community Plan as well as the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Plan. The subject site meets locational criteria as the site is located within 660 feet of Big Bend Road and Balm Riverview Road, which is a qualifying intersection. The site also meets the intent of future land use element objective 16 and its accompanying policies with regard to the protection of adjacent land uses through various buffering and mitigation measures. The rezoning application has proposed several mitigative efforts to seek compatibility with the surrounding residential neighborhood. The proposal meets setback and landscape buffer requirements, and the site plan includes large retention areas on the northern and eastern boundaries, which will serve as additional buffers for the proposed use. The proposal is consistent with policy 16.5 of the future land use element, which requires that higher intensity non-residential uses adjacent to established neighborhoods be restricted to collectors and arterials and to locations that are external to those neighborhoods. The proposal is also consistent with Goal 4 of the Riverview Community Plan, which calls for an efficient multimodal transportation system. Per the site plan, there will be pedestrian connections to the public sidewalk, bike racks, and vehicular access to and from the site at both Big Bend Road and Balm Riverview Road. In addition, the proposal is consistent with Goal 7 of the community plan, as the use contributes to the local economic development and will provide a service to the community. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
Hearing master.
The zoning hearing master considered the request to rezone 3.82 acres from AS1 to plan development to develop a 5,200 square foot convenience store with gas pumps and a canopy, as well as a 5,000 square foot car wash. No plan development variations or waivers are requested. As you heard from Ms. Leinhardt, the Planning Commission staff found the request to be compatible with the surrounding development pattern and is supportive. One person did submit a letter in opposition into the record prior to the zoning hearing master hearing. Concerns mentioned in the letter included the possible negative impacts of light and noise that could impact the residents' neighborhood. In response, the applicant's representatives showed a photometric graphic at the hearing for the site, which demonstrated that the light diminishes along the edges of the property and therefore will not negatively impact the residential neighborhood. Additionally, the residential neighborhood is separated from the property by Balm Riverview Road, which is a 2-lane collector, and also a subdivision wall that appears to be either 6 or 8 feet in height that screens the homes in the neighborhood from view of the roadway and the subject parcel. The zoning hearing master concluded that the rezoning for the 5,200 square foot convenience store with gas pumps and canopy, as well as car wash, is compatible with the surrounding area as well as the code and comprehensive plan, and recommended approval.
Thank you. Commissioner Owen?
Commissioner Myers, this is good for our district, kind of abuts there, and there's really not a gas station there on this particular side of the road for a while. So I know I always talk good about Wawa here. The Circle K's do a great job too, so I'm going to move for approval.
Motion to approve, Commissioner Owen, second Commissioner Myers. If no other comments, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. Next item.
The next item is agenda item F5, major mod application 22-1228, the applicant's Council Bay Farms. The request is to rezone a 66.83 approximate acre parcel that's located on the east side of US 41 at the southeast corner of the Lacey Road and US 41 intersection in the Apollo Beach area. Again, on the east, on the west, again, it's bordered by US 41. On the east, it's bordered by the CSX Railroad. Commissioners, the request is for a major modification of this PD. The PD is currently approved with 2 development pockets. Again, could you go back to the aerial real quick, because that's the proposed plan. But again, the development's approved in 2 development pockets. Pocket A is presently permitted 300,000 square feet of CI uses. That's Pocket A along the US 41 frontage. And the second pocket, Pocket B, is permitted 335,000 square feet of a mixture of office, personal services, minor industry, research, corporate park, warehousing, and open storage. The modification, and Michelle, you can show the next graphic. The proposed modification to the PD plan is to modify the configuration of Pocket A and Pocket B. Within Pocket A, square footages is being reduced to 233,000 square feet. Also, development standards are being modified as part of this change to Pocket A. And then Pocket B is being modified from the list of non-resident issues previously discussed to allow for 303 multifamily units. Our department found the request approval subject to conditions is found consistent by the Planning Commission and is a recommended approval by the zoning hearing master. And staff's available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the applicant here? Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Some of the members of our team haven't been sworn.
Oh, okay. If you could please
Do you
rise.
swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning. For the record, could I have the presentation, please? Thank you. As you noted, this is, yes, Elise Batzel, Stearns Weaver Miller, 401 East Jackson Street, for the record. This is 71.1 acres located in Apollo Beach. Generally, it's located south of US 41 and Lacey Road within the urban service area. And it's also in the Apollo Beach and the South Shore area wide plans, which is important. The future land use is split here. It's 11.72 acres of OC 20 and over 54 acres of SMU 6. There is a little piece along the frontage that is reserved as a future roadway. From the perspective of surrounding uses, there are townhomes already built to the north. To the west is a pretty large commercial activity center. To the south is single family and open storage. And to the east, we're right on the CSX railroad. So I just want to delve a little bit further into the current approvals. This is a really heavily entitled site with commercial intensive uses today. Pocket A is approved for over 300,000 square feet of commercial intensive uses. And Pocket B, which you see in the blue, is approved for 335 square feet of uses, commercial as well. Now, let's talk a little bit more about Pocket A. So right now today on Pocket A, it's approved for retail, big box, and other commercial intensive uses. The other thing that it does today is it relies on a flex for additional square footage. We are actually removing that flex in addition to removing 70,000 square feet on this pocket. Pocket B is approved for 335,000 square feet of office, personal services, minor industry, research corporate park, open storage, and warehousing. Again, fairly intensive uses on this site today. It's also really important to note, and some of you that were here last year remember that this is that Lacey Road extension. It's directly on the Lacey Road extension, which is exactly where these major commercial activity centers are supposed to be located. So what are we doing today? What is the request? We are reducing the commercial intensive uses in Pocket A down to 230,000 square feet. We are eliminating and replacing the 335,000 square feet in Pocket B of commercial uses with 303 multifamily dwelling units. And you're going to hear a little bit more about, these are not apartments, these are single family for rent products, so it is not an apartment development. We are also completely removing the flex request, which would have provided that additional density, and we're modifying the boundaries. Again, just another visual of the reduction in intensity. So you can see for Pocket A that what is being proposed is this 230,000 square feet of commercial. There's access on US 41 and Lacey Road. We've also added buffering between the pockets, which wasn't there before. That's to buffer both of those uses from one another. And we've especially buffered the residential neighbors to the south, and you're going to hear more about that from David. But we've actually placed retention strategically along the site to basically provide a physical separation between the commercial development and the residents to the south. And you'll hear more that we've provided enhanced buffering to the south as well to protect those neighbors. In the back, these are proposed to be 303 multifamily units. Again, these are single family for rent. This pocket also has access to US 41 and Lacey Road. Now, it's also important that under the commercial entitlements today, they can build up to 50 feet, and we're reducing that to 30 feet. So in addition to reducing the entitlements, we're reducing the height as well. I do want to point out visually, because I didn't always know what does this single family for rent look like. It is actually small single family units. There's a community there. There's community amenities. They are physically separated from one another. So this is just an example of what a single family for rent community looks like. There was extensive community engagement on this site. There were a lot of letters that originally came in about what's going to go on here. And I think there was a lot of misinformation. So after we went in, we actually did an informational meeting to basically, clear up the record with a lot of neighbors. We sent out notices to 103 people who had submitted letters to the record saying that they had concerns. We held a virtual meeting and 25 people attended, and we did get a lot of good feedback. In addition, We had meetings with the HOA to the south. We had a meeting with their council, and we had a meeting with their board, members of their board. And what we discussed was the existing buffer conditions, and we also agreed to some enhanced buffering conditions and a wall. The open storage that they have to the south has a lot of high-end boats, and they were concerned about protecting those. And so we agreed to over 700 feet of additional buffering. So at this point in time, I want to turn it over to David Smith to talk about the compatibility issues.
Good morning, Commissioners. David Smith, Director of Development and Zoning, Stern Weaver Miller. I've been a planner in Hillsborough County for 47 years. Looking at this site, as Elise has indicated, there have been some changes made. Basically, reductions in intensity and density across the site, removal of a flex. What this results in is an increased compatibility to the surrounding properties. Pocket A becomes more compatible because of its reduced square footage, realignment or repositioning of the commercial further away from the residential to the south, and the provision of additional buffering on the site. Also, when you look at the uses on the property, multifamily development, or in this case, single-story, single-family for rent, is more compatible than the intense 335,000 square feet of warehouse, office, and more intense uses that have been planned in this property. And I note this property was zoned for these uses in 2006. So it's been there zoned for these intense uses for quite some time. Pocket B height has already been indicated to be reduced to 35 feet. This is more in keeping with the traditional height of single-family homes in the area. Now, Elise also alluded to the fact, discussions with the Homeowners Association. This slide indicates that this single-family PD to the south has an area that is platted for open storage, basically RVs, boats, trailers. So what we've done is designed the site so that our more intense uses on Pocket A are more or less aligned with that particular area of the site to our south. We've also provided for some enhanced buffering, which is the next slide. So in this slide, it's hard to see because of the scale, but there's various colors of buffers. Looking at the buffers that are being provided, along the southern side, which you can't see because of the closed captioning, there's a red line. The red line is an area that we've agreed with the association to the south to provide a wall instead of a PVC fence. All along the southern property line is a 20-foot buffer in the green with screening, which is opaque fence, trees, landscaping. As you go further to the east, we have a buffer that also continues with that fencing and screening. To point out additionally something at least mentioned is that internal to the site, between pockets A and B, we've also included buffering with PVC walls, so it provides for a multi-layer protection of the property owners to the south. Even though we have very few residents immediately against us as far as proximity, we wanted to go the extra mile to provide them the protection for their investments. Comprehensive plan consistency. Basically, it supports all the goals, objectives, and policy of the plan. We've highlighted some here. Keep in mind that this project at higher intensity has already been found consistent with the comprehensive plan on its original zoning. So it has been here with high-intensity development, ready to be developed, one of the last farms in the area, and we're now here today to get this underway. It's in the urban service area. Proposed intensity development is comparable in scale of development and non-residential development, consistent with OC20 and SMU6. We ask for no waivers. We don't ask for any flexes, and we're providing for an opportunity with variable height. With that, I'll turn it over to Steve Henry.
You've got 10 seconds.
Good afternoon. Steve Henry, Links & Associates, 5023 West Laurel. I'll just go through the graphics real quick. This, as indicated, there's a reduction in the entitlements. This just shows the graphic. The green is the approved, blue is proposed reduction in daily, and reduction in the peak hour, both AM and PM, with the proposed development.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Henry.
Thanks.
Got to cut you off. but I'm sure you'll have an opportunity to speak during rebuttal. Anyone wants here in support of the application?
Yes.
Anyone in opposition?
Mr. Chair, we do have someone in support, Katie Russo, online.
Yes, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Katie Russo. I'm with the law offices of McLaughlin Knight Jones, and we represent the Harbor Isles Homeowners Association, which is the community of about 500 homes just south to this parcel. And we are here speaking in support today of this rezoning application, mostly because the applicants have been extremely receptive to our clients' questions and concerns. They met with us, I think, back in January, and they agreed to write in that enhanced buffering condition to build that wall to meet our clients' concerns. And not to mention, we also agree that this will reduce the intensity of the commercial effects on the community. And the buffering that they've provided will definitely help protect and preserve what we have. So overall, we've just been really, really appreciative and happy with their willingness to cooperate with us and keep us in the loop with what everything is going on. So we're looking forward to working with them in the future to establish a good working relationship. And so we are in support of this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in support? Anyone in opposition? Okay. Planning Commission.
Thank you, Melissa Leinhard, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located within the Office Commercial 20 and Suburban Mixed Use 6 future land use categories. It is in the urban service area and also located within the limits of the Apollo Beach Community Plan and the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Plan. The proposed rezoning is compatible with the future land use element Objective 1 and Policy 1.4, which directs at least 80% of the growth happening in unincorporated Hillsborough County into the urban service area. The applicant is proposing to utilize future land use element Policy 8.8 by blending densities and intensities between multiple future land use categories. Commercial locational criteria does not apply to the subject property as the proposed commercial use is within the Office Commercial 20 future land use category where it does not apply. The general area is slowly transitioning from a semi-rural character to more of a suburban character. This is evident through the increase in residential development in the area and the integration of non-residential uses. The proposed intensity of development would be comparable to the scale of non-residential development occurring in this segment of US Highway 41. The other quadrants of the intersection of US 41 and Lacey Road are zoned for several larger scale commercial and office projects. The proposed planned development would not be out of character with what is occurring at this intersection and other nearby intersections and what is planned for these intersections. The rezoning is consistent with future land use element Objective 16 and its accompanying policies, which emphasize the need to protect existing neighborhoods and communities and those that will emerge in the future. The request helps to protect existing neighborhoods by concentrating the commercial uses closer to US Highway 41. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed major modification consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you. Hearing Master.
The zoning hearing master considered the proposed major modification of Plan Development 061035, which is currently approved for 300,000 square feet of commercial intensive CI uses, including single tenant, big box, and Pocket A, and 335,000 square feet of business, professional office, personal service, minor industry, research corporate park, warehousing, and open storage land uses in Pocket B. The modification request proposes to reduce the square footage of commercial intensive uses in Pocket A from 300,000 to 230,000 square feet and eliminate the 335,000 square feet of business, professional office, personal service, minor industry, research corporate park, warehousing, and open storage land uses within Pocket B and replace it with 303 multifamily dwelling units. The zoning hearing master noted that the current zoning entitlements permit a single-tenant, big-box retail land use, as well as other CI, commercial intensive land uses. The proposed modification reduces maximum square footage in Pocket A. County Transportation Review staff stated that the average daily vehicular trips will be reduced based on the reduction in square footage in Pocket A and the elimination of the non-residential uses in Pocket B. During the zoning hearing master hearing, the zoning hearing master noted that the applicant's representative testified that the developer would meet or exceed all local, state, and federal regulations, including SWIFT-MUD, EPC, stormwater, and all other that are required. The zoning hearing master concluded that the proposed modification reduces the transportation impacts of the PD and provides an alternate housing option to the community. The request is consistent with the Apollo Beach Community Plan, the Comprehensive Plan, and the Land Development Code, and the zoning hearing master concluded that it is compatible with the existing development pattern in the area, and the zoning hearing master recommended approval.
Commissioner Owen.
Yes, thank you. I'm caught off guard a little bit. I was expecting Harbor Isles to oppose it, not support it. So I find that interesting. Could the applicant come back up front? So these aren't apartments. Could you elaborate a little more on because I don't know if I've seen. Is there another project that I can compare this to just off the top of my head? Because I was caught off.
Absolutely. The developer's actually here to answer questions as well, and he can probably answer them better than I can. And I can put the visuals back up just to be helpful, so you can look at those while we're talking.
Commissioner, I'd just like to add before the speaker starts here that the project is conditioned to be multifamily units, and there is a 35-foot maximum height, but the detail that's being spoken about here, I don't believe is part of the conditions for this application.
Okay. Well, we mentioned that it's consistent with the community plan, but I know that they've it's not in compliance necessarily with the design standards, specifically with signage and poles. Could you elaborate on that, Mr. Gormley?
So, Commissioner, so we did recommend approval of this. The project was recommended to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. Some elements that are in the Apollo Beach Community Plan do speak to design elements and a desire to prohibit pole signs. There are some existing conditions in this project that would provide design standards currently for all uses except the big box, large single-use, large-scale retailer. The proposed changes would have those conditions not apply to the non-residential, to the residential portion of the project. There's also a condition proposed to be eliminated that would limit all ground signs to monument signs, which would essentially preclude pole signs, and that is proposed to be deleted with this application.
Okay. But it's still found consistent with the plan despite that. So
yes, overall it was, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I've gotten so many emails from constituents, uncountable, about opposing the big box store, and I probably would have, but that's not where we're at. We're after the fact here, and we're only dealing with the residential component of this property, correct?
Yes, the residential component, reduction of the commercial intensive, and reduction of some other uses. The ability to have a big box or large-scale, single-use, large-scale retailer is present today, and it would be present if this application were approved.
Okay. Yeah, I just think of the traffic patterns too, and the traffic nightmare between a Walmart and then putting 300 residents here. But again, the objections I've received from the community, and I'd be interested to hear what other commissioners have to say, tend to be, we object to the big box out there. I don't know if commissioners have had the same emails, but I have. So I'm going to sit back and listen to some other commissioners and get their input.
Commissioner Gamp.
Thank you. And I've seen, I mean, a lot, those are in the record. Actually, residents, I think, kind of begging for a Midtown-like, that we have in Tampa, Midtown-like, kind of town center or something, conceived there. I'll say a couple things about this. One is, especially for new commissioners who might not be familiar with this, please keep your eye on Lacey Road. Lacey Road connects from Apollo Beach over going east-west to the railroad tracks there. And it's just to the north of this project. And you might have seen, maybe we could put up where the site plan where there's so we can see this. I just want us to be really aware because we're hearing about a whole lot of traffic impacts. And I'm really, we almost lost the potential corridor here. And I want to make sure that that is not going to happen. And I fought to let people know. And we have the CSX tracks coming there, and we're going to have to put, is this correct that in order, because we don't have any capacity that or because CSX hasn't agreed, we need to put, and we had one place where we could cross the tracks, but that we'll have to put a bridge over the tracks at this point. Can someone confirm that from staff?
That would be the way that, in all likelihood, the Lacey Road extension would need to be developed. There is right-of-way being preserved with this application to allow that connection, but given the CSX tracks, we believe that would need to be an elevated crossing.
Thanks, because it turns into, I mean, if you look on your Google Maps now, the Lacey Road's very small, and then it turns into Brander Mill or something on the other side, and it kind of disappears into nothingness. And I was totally alarmed because we are getting, we have all this development, this case in point that we didn't even have before us at the time. But we know that area is growing. And if you look across South County, you have Big Bend going east-west, and then you get Paseo Del Mar going east-west. And then you go all the way down to 19th Avenue and 674 going east-west. But there's this huge gap, and that's where there was a corridor set aside. And, there was a proposal here recently to no longer have that, to vacate that corridor. So I want everybody to be very aware, because that would, what it would do to traffic that is already so impacted by this, it would be awful. So I noticed too that at the last slide there on the impact fees, I guess those were the mobility impact fees. I think it was fast. Something like $6 million, and they were, this is too expensive, but we pay, as you all know, we were looking at 35 million, 40 million to widen per mile, to widen Lithia Pinecrest, to widen the roads around us, Van Dyke. That's what we're looking at now. So we just need to do this. We cannot let this not be the future. So I'm just want to reiterate this now, because I don't know, how this evolves, but I want to draw your attention so you'll keep it in mind. And then when we go to, I'll talk about segment A. I just wanted to understand a little bit, if I could, and maybe staff, or if we need to have the developer, right along the tracks, there's several lots there that are, I didn't understand what that was, how that worked. It looked like there were something set aside, and then there was the parking, and then there was like a design for a big building. If we could.
The actual site plan?
Mm-hmm.
I'll get a big copy for you so that we can zoom into it.
I just wanted to understand what that was. I wasn't quite certain.
Can you transfer to the Elmo, please? Pardon? Oh. My fault. Sorry about that. Big sheet of paper. There we go. So on the zone.
I'm just talking about parcel A as it runs along the tracks.
So parcel B runs along the tracks rather than parcel A.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
That's okay.
Well, as we go to parcel A, I'm sorry, move to parcel A if we could. And those dotted lines that are there along 41. And then you have the pieces of commercial, and then you have the building envelope here. I'm asking about the, dotted lines there along US 41.
Artie, do you know if these are reserved? Thank you.
Hi, Artie Cintron, Kinley Horn, 655 North Franklin. Now, what was the question?
I'm just wondering, okay, so we have the 230,000 square feet. You're reducing from 300 to 230,000. I understand that. And then you have these dotted lines that are like, they look like parcels along 41. Then you have what I can see, a parking lot, and then you have the building envelope there. Like, I assume that's like the big box store building envelope. But what I wondered about is what these dotted line parcels were against 41.
Oh, currently there's nothing been planned right now, but those will be future out parcels for other tenants, multi-tenant buildings, whatever would be allowed within that zoning category.
And so the parking would be tucked in. If you're coming down 41, you might have these, whatever they are there. Then the parking would be tucked in behind it, and then there'd be the big box, which is that?
Yeah, I mean, so the configuration for the parking, could be a whole slew of things, but to your point, each out parcel would probably have its own parking, and then there'd be kind of a larger common area parking for whatever that, that large big box or multi-tenant building may be.
So, and I know it's clear that, we or no one has the ability to direct what the developer does in terms of this. I feel much more comfortable with the out parcels there, with the parking kind of like bringing it around that way and having the parking be more centrally located. I have many times complimented the commercial and the housing design of Winthrop and thought they did a really good job against a road of integrating both who comes in on the road, but also making it accessible to the development. And the one thing I wonder about, it looks like it would be good if there could maybe be at least a bicycle or a bicycle pedestrian walkway access from B to A. I'm thinking that doesn't look it looks like that's all flood, area, and I'm just thinking that might be a...
Yeah, and then there will be vehicular and pedestrian connectivity between B and A. There is kind of a common corridor areas between the two, so they will be accessible.
Right.
There's also a condition that requires pedestrian connectivity between the two parcels.
Okay, because I think that would be, and I just even a footpath rather than a road next to, something like that. But I would also it seems more and more in this day and age, what we're seeing is shrinking of the big box stores, closing of some of the big box stores, and a desire as people go to retail online to, and I know, I think it was this application. Did I see the parking reduction waiver? No, not this. Okay, another one. Was it this?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes, for the big box. Yes, ma'am.
Right. A parking reduction waiver, which I think is wise, because I'll tell you on Hillsborough Avenue in Tampa, right around 20th Street, that's in the Seminole Heights area where I live, and they built it like a decade ago. And even on Black Friday, and this was before we kind of went retail, I'm talking about 6 or 7 years ago, there are at least 200 spaces open. I counted them one time on a Black Friday, 200 or 300 spaces. So you can imagine on regular days, especially as we evolve online.
We think your parking regulations definitely.
So I
been
think,
around a long time.
and I'd like to look at that in the long run too, because requiring more parking, which having to ask for a waiver to reduce it, I think is not something wise. But I'd also like to urge in thinking about the neighborhood and others in terms of big box versus some smaller stores and places for people to use.
And we didn't have rebuttal because there was no opposition that came today. But in the prior hearing, we talked a lot about, while this is a big square, right, that could be a big box, it could be 4 or 5 different smaller retail. The zoning allows you to have the flexibility through the building envelope to really change that up. So depending on what the market is along this corridor, it could be a number of different things. And I know that one of the concerns was, hey, this is definitely going to be a big box. They are talking to a lot of different types of retailers, and it will, I don't know where that will end up.
And I understand we don't have the ability to impact that more than, you've reduced it by 70,000, I guess it is. And so I just thought I know that has been very much the interest of the neighborhoods, and we can't legislate that. I do like the reduced parking. I do like the commercial, residential, and again, I'm a fan of what they did at Winthrop, and I think they did a good job. So I hope something more like that comes out of this.
They're also sitting here, so hopefully they're taking note of it. Yes, ma'am.
And again, as we follow this, Lacey Road, I just really want us to be thinking about that because, we've built huge areas of South and East County without grid, without opportunities for people to get around. So I think that's important.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Wolstel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think that there's a lot. We received a lot about this, and it said a lot. This is my district, and typically my office does defer to the district-specific commissioners that they might have the closer relationship. Commissioner Myers come in, we'll defer to them, but constituents do not see it that way, and they are happy to remind us that as countywide, the entire county is my district. So I dug deep into this, and I forget the gentleman's name, the planner that said he's been a planner for 47 years in Hillsborough County. If you could come up, and I'll just give you some context. I'm 38 years old, so I dug deep into this one, and I talked to a lot of the people down in South County, and maybe you can confirm this, but to my understanding, all of this was planned in the 90s and kind of memorialized all of this building that's going down in that area. Does that sound about right?
Well, it's been over time. Apollo Beach was one of the first DRIs in Hillsborough County. Matter of fact, just to explain, I was the South County Planning Manager for Hillsborough County before I moved over to Stearns Weaver Miller some 33 years ago. But yes, this whole corridor down there was set out as Apollo Beach being really a truly mixed-use project. Maybe not the best early design, but it was a mixed-use project, water frontage, canals. And then over time it has morphed. You had more upscale development coming up with Mirror Bay right next to it. The development to the south was an older PD, I think may have been actually part of a DRI as well. So this whole area and Waterset then came on board, provided the opportunity for crossing over I-75 with the flyover. So all of this has pretty much been put in place. This particular property has been, like I say, it was zoned in 2006, but it was the family that owns it was one of the large farmers down there. And little by little, the farms get smaller and tomatoes are no longer down in South County. And this type of development is what is planned and envisioned for this area. I think, I would, yes, we've probably looked at the same emails, but I think the concern is on the uses, but that's 2006 set the uses in place. We're just trying to make it a better plan. We're trying to have a mixed-use development with the residential on the back, and we've downsized the commercial for several reasons. One, commercial has been indicated, online shopping, those types of things are kind of changing the face of retail.
Yeah, I was really looking more for for context to the listeners, this specifically was approved in 2007, and I'm extremely thankful for the applicant that it's single-family home. I'm upset that it's to find out that it's for lease, just because it takes away from the opportunity for families to build equity. But you know, property rights are a thing, even if you don't like them, because it's a right. I do believe that it's an opportunity for the board to figure out maybe better definitions of, you know, it says multifamily dwelling, and that is very confusing for everyone involved, and probably is what led to a lot of the contention that we received. And I guess I already covered my last point, was that this was approved in 2007, and they are in fact reducing what they were already allotted, and I think that that's the most important point here. So thank you.
Commissioner Owen?
Well, first, I do want to clarify, there are tomatoes in South County. We still grow lots of tomatoes down there, so please don't throw that out. We have lots of farms and lots of agriculture down there, and tomatoes are very prominent. And I am going to support this. I do think that this is an interesting, unique property, but I just want to reiterate again. Apollo Beach is turning into one of those areas where I'm going to have to start talking about widening roads and improving roads as we continue to approve a lot of these multi-use properties. I do think this is an interesting property, and I do like this a lot more than apartments, but at the end of the day, it's 300 units. But this is my district, and I just wanted to echo that I'm gonna move for approval, but again, as more of these type of projects are popping up, you know, that's going to change. Thank you.
Okay, we got a motion approved by Commissioner Owen, second Commissioner Myers. No other comments, please record your vote.
Mr. Chair, could I just make one clarification?
Sure.
Just wanted to put on the record, even though the applicant stated the intent was to do single-family rental, nothing in the zoning conditions will require that be constructed. These could be constructed as multifamily units with a maximum height of 35 feet. It could be traditional apartments. We just wanted to make sure that was clear for the record.
Okay, well, hold on a second. All right, I'm sorry, repeat that again.
Yeah, so the applicant stated that the intent was to do single-family structures for rent. The way that the application is conditioned, it's not conditioned to limit it to that use. So apartments could be constructed as a multifamily use with a 35-foot height. There's no proposed controls. In fact, the project was submitted and analyzed as low-rise apartments. So there is no, we don't have the control to require that these be single-family rental units based on the way that the application is currently structured.
Oh, okay.
Hold on one second. Adam, are you finished?
Yes.
Commissioner Owen, do you have any other?
Well, I guess we can restrict it, I guess, if we remanded it for that specific requirement.
I either remanded it, or if we wanted to work on a condition here while the app continue this to later on the meeting, if the board wanted to condition it to that use, we could craft a condition to that extent. It would be a subset of what's otherwise recommended for approval.
Is that okay if I'm going to move for that? Do I need to move for that, or can we just request it if the applicant's in agreement?
We can work on language with the applicant and perhaps continue this application to the end of the meeting and take it back up with that condition.
All right, Ms. Batzel?
I was just going to make a note that the current code classifies single-family for rent as multifamily. And so the reason the application was constructed that way is because your code says that this falls within multifamily. And we're happy to that condition. This is what's going to happen, what we represented. So.
Okay. And it's not that I don't believe you, but if we could work on that condition, I'm for that.
Can we make that condition now, or does it require it being continued?
I guess if the desire is right now, I think the condition would basically be multifamily shall be limited to a single-family detached product, a single-family detached structure. So it's permitted 3 and 3 multifamily units, restricted to single-family detached homes.
And I'll move for that for approval for the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's continue.
Suggest it might be beneficial to make sure that we're memorializing what the applicant like, and it is accurate. What they're stating is a subset of what they're requesting. So that is consistent, but we want to make sure that the language is, and what we've heard matches, what the board adopts provides the appropriate control.
Okay, then I guess we should continue it to last item of the day. Depending on how long we go, I may or may not be here, but that's fine. So you want to remove your initial motion and make a motion to continue it to the last item?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to continue this to the last item of the day so that staff can craft language consistent to what Mr. Grady stated.
Okay, we got a motion by Commissioner Owen to continue last item of the day, second by Commissioner Myers. Commissioner Wostel, do you want to comment?
Chair, just that solidifies my point. There's probably an opportunity for us to clean up those definitions. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Next item.
The next item is agenda item F6. It's rezoning PD 22-1229. This is a request to rezone from RSC6 to a planned development for 48 duplex units. Michelle Heinrich will provide a brief overview of the request. Thank you.
Good morning, Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. This item is a rezoning of RSC6 zone property to PD to allow for a 48 residential unit, two-family attached building product. This will result in 24 individual buildings, which I'll note is not classified as multifamily per the LDC. The site is in the Res 6 future land use category, the Brandon Community Plan, and in the urban service area. The applicants have proposed a project that meets or exceeds land development code requirements, along with an enhanced building design that is not required in the standard RSC6 zoning district. This proposal requires no buffering and screening per the LDC. However, the project provides 15 to 20 foot wide buffers along all perimeters, including along Bryan Road. With those buffers, a 6 foot high PVC fence will be provided. Structures will be 2-story in height, and the proposed rear yard setbacks in combination with the proposed buffers provides a greater separation between the project and adjacent development than what is required in our current RSC6 zoning district for either a 1- or 2-story residence. The scale and appearance of each two-family building is comparable to an existing single-family home. The two-family building will be located on a 60-foot wide lot compared to a 70-foot wide lot in the RSC6 district. And building sizes will be slightly over 2,000 square feet, which is smaller than the maximum building size in the RSC6 district by about 700 square feet. Both the PD and the RSC6 zoning district have the same maximum building height of 35 feet. The overall project has committed to features which are not required in the code. This includes garage placement and building design. Each unit will have a side-loaded garage, which will remove the look of a garage-dominant facade, and units will have front porches, pitched roofs, architectural elements, and a mixture of building materials. Lastly, this project does not exceed the 6 unit per acre maximum provided under the comprehensive plan. Based upon these factors, staff recommends approval, and I'm available if you have any questions.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant here?
Good morning, Cami Corbett with the law firm of Hill, Ward & Henderson, again representing the applicant Onyx and East. And this is a very unique development that is designed to meet that missing middle development pattern. These are two-family attached. They're not townhomes, they're not apartments, they're villas, and they will be platted, and they had lot standards. So I just want to make that clear from the outset, given the discussion at the last case. But with that, I'd like to have our case planner come up and make a brief presentation.
Thank you. My name is Steven Sposato. I am a planner with Level Up Consulting here in Tampa. And I'm going to briefly go through some slides and kind of maybe graphically show, in some cases, what was already presented by Michelle. But just to emphasize, project is in the Brandon Community Plan area. It's suburban, which provides a diversity of housing types. It's not in the Garden Estates area. With the PD, sorry. with the PD process, it allows us to place a substantial emphasis on design. And so we have 48 units, as Cammie said, but there are only 24 structures. It's traditional neighborhood in design, meaning there's an emphasis on architecture. There's siloed garages. There are private yards as well. So it's characteristic of single family in that manner. There are professionally there'll be professionally managed landscape buffers around the perimeter of our property. As noted on this slide right here, you can see those. Again, with the PD process, it allows us to make enhancements that are beyond what's required by code, and these buffers illustrate those enhancements. We also have enhancements related to the architecture that, again, the PD process allows us to offer these voluntarily to provide certainty on how the project will develop. And again, this is also on our PD plan, but it talks about the roof pitch, the types of materials, what the project will look like from the street, which again is a substantial emphasis on architecture. And then we have agreed to 4 architectural styles. Those are here, includes coastal, low country, farmhouse, and prairie. Again, we're committing to those specific design details on our PD plan. We did a substantial analysis as part of our preparation for this project. In the narrative, you'll see, and this slide shows it, the research that we did to demonstrate that what we were proposing is not unique or dissimilar to what is within the Brandon community. So each one of these numbers represents a townhouse or similar project that's the same plan classification, same Brandon community plan designation that is adjacent to single-family residential. And I have two examples very quickly, both nearby. One is the Lumsden Reserve, and I apologize. One is the Lumsden Reserve, which is a townhome development. It's just to the west of our project on Lumsden Road. The key thing I'm trying to communicate here is that with the plan process, with the types of designations that we have on the property, we can do things like this where you have a townhome project that's adjacent to a mix of uses, including suburban style and larger lot residential. The other example is La Colina, which is opposite our project to the east across Lithia Pinecrest Road. This is a planned development showing, again, how you can blend in different types of densities with good design. And, again, as planners, we're really looking at, what the guidance is from the plan, as well as the importance of edges and the design aspects of the project. Thank you.
And just to clarify, these are two-family attached, so they're not townhomes. They are just the two-family attached. They are 24 structures, but they are 48 units because we are platting them at that zero lot, not even zero lot line, at the party wall. We are platting them, so that results in 48, but there are only 24 structures. And we have recommendations of approval from all reviewing agencies, and we would respectfully request your approval, and I'll save any time I have for rebuttal.
Thank you. Anyone here in support of this application? Good morning, sir.
Honorable Commissioners, I am James Chakalakal, broker of JKC Florida Realty, 9350 Bay Plaza Boulevard, Tampa, Florida 33619. I am the listing broker for sale of the subject parcels on 813 Bryan Road and the adjacent property in Brandon. I am submitting this letter for the record on behalf of the owners of the property. The owners purchased the property in 2007. Having owned the property for over 14 years, it is evident that these folks are not property flippers. They acquired the property with the intention of developing it. During their ownership of 8+ acres, there has been no complaints from the neighboring property owners, nor there have been any code violations or unlawful activities because the owners made sure that nothing undesirable happened in those premises. Having paid taxes always on time and maintaining the property for 14 years, the owners came to the conclusion that it is no longer in their best interest to develop the property by themselves. The owners found in Onyx and East LLC a developer knowledgeable and capable and experienced. Owners signed the sale and purchase contracts with Onyx and East LLC in March 2022. In cooperation with the owners, Onyx and East LLC has obtained the required recommendation for approval of the planned development rezoning request. The owners humbly submit their request to the honorable commissioners that they consider the zoning request favorably and approve. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else in support? Those in opposition? Okay, you have a total of 10 minutes.
This one? This one. I need to change glasses.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Todd Pressman, 200 2nd Avenue South, number 400 in St. Petersburg, Florida. I am here today proudly supporting part of the Brandon community who do have concerns about this request. As you can see from our PowerPoint, I'm going to skip around. I want to be sure to leave some room for some of the neighbors here. In 2015, under 15-0239, a rezoning was denied by the Board of County Commissioners. They're rezoning to RSC9, which all agencies, ZHM approved, but was unanimously denied by the Board of County Commissioners because of compatibility issues. The key element, in our opinion, missed by the staff is that they have compared the zoning category, the RSC 6, versus what are the existing conditions comparable to this project. This project is appears to try and be single family. It is 35 feet in height. My understanding from their plan is that it is a 13-foot side setback. Now, if you look at the site here, vacant, it looks like a very nice site. It's well located. But when you look around the site, these are large lot, single-family homes, 1.28 per acre, 1.65 per acre, 1 to 2.5 acres, 1 to 4.5 acres, 1 to 3.4 acres, 4.3 acres. These are all single-family, single-story surrounding the property, as you can see here. By our math, this comes in at 5.9 dwelling units per acre. So there's in our opinion, a tremendous difference in density, but also in regard to height and mass that's proposed at this site. Planning Commission does report that the area is predominantly single-family residential, and that it does not abut any multifamily. The nearest multifamily is 0.16 miles and 0.38 miles to the northwest. But the Planning Commission description cites a number of policies that we believe side with our concerns that the project under a policy 1.4 should be comparable to the established suburban residential development pattern, which we believe this is not. They note most of the areas surrounding the project again is single family, and much of their surrounding the subject property includes single family residential. So they cite policies of that nature, but we don't believe that they follow them. Zoning staff as well. Residential uses are found to the north. General area consists of residential uses. Again, in terms of the scale and size that you saw of the elevations and the density, the neighbors are very concerned that it is not compatible. Now, we do have significant recorded opposition for you that are part of the record, and some of the neighbors will speak to that. But again, coming back to the history, that in 2015, from the record, noting subsequent remarks on compatibility, even though the hearing officer recommended approval and the agencies recommended approval, there were compatibility concerns. It was denied 7-0. We do have petitions in the file for you that represent these concerns as noted on a mapping per the red designations. And again, those are in the record, and some of the neighbors will present copies of those petitions to you. We're happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon. I'm Rachel Cox at 802 Coulter. I'll be real brief.
Excuse me, Ms. Cox, were you at the zoning hearing master meeting?
No, ma'am.
Can you just pause for one moment? I wanted to make sure that you're qualified to speak as a party of record by being on the mailing list, because I don't see that you I don't see that you submitted something to the record.
I'm an abutting owner.
Okay, let me just confirm that, if you can just pause for a moment.
This doesn't count towards the 10 minutes, does it?
No.
Thank you. Pause. And that's Cox?
Yes, ma'am.
C-O-X?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Can someone else speak while we're researching this?
Yes.
We have 6 minutes and 34 seconds. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Brandon Franklin. I'm at 723 Bryan Road, adjacent to the property. I'm here to represent myself and my family. We have major concerns. The current RZ-6 zoning requirements protect from this max density use in our neighborhood. Obviously, they would not be able to achieve this level of density if followed the RZ-6 current zoning and its requirements. Allowing this rezoning to PD to allow multifamily use only increases that density over the building requirements in our RZ-6 area. I'm asking to deny this rezoning for the same reasons that the previous request of RZ-9 rezoning would have caused. I'm not in opposition to development in the county, but I hope that our county board can help protect current zonings to protect from the isolated areas of max density use, such as this case, that simply just do not fit in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Good afternoon. My name is Dina Cagnina, and I reside at 713 Coulter Place in Brandon. I am speaking on behalf of myself, Wendy Oliverio, and Lisa Knox, and many other neighbors who are unable to attend this morning. We are strongly opposed to the potential rezoning of this property located at 813 Bryan Road. The development is not compatible with the character of the existing neighborhoods that are located off of Bryan Road, then between Lithia, Pinecrest, and Lumsden. Our families and our neighborhoods consist of single-family, detached, one-story residential homes on quarter-acre size lots and larger. Many homes that are located on Bryan Road itself are multiple acres. I, along with many of my neighbors, are Bay Area natives who live in homes that have been in our families for generations. We are trying to preserve the integrity of our area and maintain the character of Brandon. The proposed development requesting the 48 attached duplex units to be built on the 8 acres, removing almost all of the existing oak trees, increasing noise levels, affecting our water pressure, and adding an entrance which would align with Anthony Drive, creating another intersection in less than 3/4 of a mile. If zoning is approved, this is going to set a precedence for future development of duplexes and apartments and attached family dwellings within this area and on areas along Bryan Road. 7 years ago, this issue was brought to the zoning board and the Board of County Commissioners and was denied unanimously. We are hoping that you deny this rezoning change, as Brandon is inundated with condos, townhomes, and apartments, as well as excessive traffic.
You have 4 minutes left. Good morning, sir.
My name is Michael Handelman.
I live at 618 Lane Drive. I abut the southeast corner of the proposed project. I want to thank the commissioners for hearing my objections to the 813 Bryan Road project. I base my objections on 4 factors: nonconformity with the neighborhood.
Excuse me, sir, could you pause as well? I just need to confirm that you were a party of record. I don't see that you participated at the ZHM or placed material into the record, so I'm going to check the list to see that you're qualified.
Okay, I'm in the southeast corner of the property in question.
Mr. Handelman?
Correct.
Okay, you may proceed, sir.
Thank you. Okay, I thank the commissioners. Okay. Again, my opposition is based on the nonconformity with the neighborhood, as has already been discussed, increased traffic on already overburdened substandard Bryan Road, environmental pollution, and violation of governmental promise. Nonconformity has pretty much been thoroughly discussed. We have, on average size, almost an acre property of the 27 homes surrounding this one versus 2,400 square feet of the proposed property. Okay, 16 times difference in density. Traffic on already overburdened Bryan Road has already reached its maximum limit, and I've seen people sit through as many as 6 cycles of the light at the Bryan Road and Lumsden intersection heading southbound. Environmental pollution. The developer plans to cut down hundreds of trees to be replaced by duplex homes with roofs and driveways draining into paved roads, then collecting in a 1-acre pond, retention pond. The border of this pond is approximately 12 feet from my drinking water well supply. While an East Palestine, Ohio occurrence is unlikely, can the commissioners of Hillsborough County guarantee that the collected water runoff will not contain automobile fluid discharge or yard pesticide or hazardous pollutants that will contaminate my drinking water? And lastly, violation of governmental promise. To maximize his financial gain, the developer is requesting a change of zoning. What is a zone? A zone is defined as any continuous area that differs in some respect or is distinguished for some purpose from adjoining areas. This Bryan Road project differs enormously from the adjoining area. Zoning is a promise by the government, as upheld by the Supreme Court of Connecticut in Windsor versus Whitney, where a municipality has established a zoning system. Each citizen of that municipality should be entitled to use and develop his property in reliance upon the fact that the use of other properties in the vicinity will continue to be held within the bounds of that zoning plan. A change in zoning to benefit the developer to the detriment, end quote. A change in zoning to the benefit of the developer to the detriment of the neighborhood constitutes a breach of promise by the government elected by the constituents of that neighborhood. Thank you for taking time to hear from us, the constituents.
Thank you, sir. We got a minute left. Would anyone else like to speak?
Mr. Chair, we have Mary Jane Weaver online.
Okay, hold on. We have one more speaker here in person.
I just need to submit something. My name is Wendy Oliverio. I live at 717 Bryan Road. I spoke at the last meeting. I don't need to reiterate everything everyone's already said. I just want to submit the opposition.
All right, thank you.
Petitions.
Can the virtual speaker speak now?
Yes.
Good morning.
This is Mary Jane Weaver. I'm at 523 Coulter, which is off of Bryan Road. And I wanted to say that these Lithia communities that were mentioned as these townhome communities that have just been developed, they're in an area where it was possible to expand the roads and needed to expand the roads in order to facilitate those. Bryan Road cannot be expanded. The houses are already right up against the road. The traffic, like another neighbor had mentioned, there's several cycles of lights that you have to sit through just to be able to get out. I can't get into my road sometimes because the traffic's so bad, and I can't get out of my road sometimes because the traffic's so bad. This community would only make it worse, and it would bring a whole different feel to our community.
Thank you, Ms. Weaver.
It would bring us.
Thank you, Ms. Weaver.
I'm
Appreciate your
out of time.
comments.
Okay, thank you.
Applicant has 5-minute rebuttal.
With Hill Ward and Henderson representing the applicant. Again, since we ended on traffic, I'm going to have Steve Henry go ahead and address that first.
Steve Henry, Links & Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. We did conduct the traffic analysis for the project, and based on our analysis, Bryan Road does operate acceptable level of service. And in fact, if you look at your staff report, and based on your 2020 level of service reports, Bryan Road does operate at acceptable level of service. And so that, from that standpoint, it does meet your criteria as far as level of service. Thank you.
Thank you. Cammie Corbett again. I just want to point out a couple of things. First, this residential land use for this property is Res 6. So it's been planned for 6 units to the acre since the comprehensive plan was adopted. So we're not going above that. We're not going beyond that. We are at the 6 units to the acre. It is not surrounded solely by single family. I'm going to put up a map that shows the variety of uses that are in the area. You can see that. I think the other important thing to note is that, again, we have a conventional zoning district of RSC6. And I'm going to show you a graphic that shows you the height, bulk, and mass that can occur on an RSC6 lot, and compare that to our PD plan and see what we're doing with our 24 structures. See, with the RSC6, the pools can protrude within 3 feet of the property line. There is no required buffering. There's no required screening, no fencing, nothing like that. And we are providing a significant buffer and screen. If we were to develop at the RSC6 land use of the existing zoning, we would end up with 24 single-family structures that are probably about the same size and scale as the structures we're proposing. The only thing that's unique and different here is we're talking about 48 units because we are actually platting the units and allowing people to purchase one part of the unit. So this is providing a home ownership opportunity. It is consistent with the height, scale, and massing with the rest of the development. I think we've been very, very thoughtful with the design. Jacob Egan, who's with Onyx and East, lives in Brandon with his family, his young family. He knows these issues in and out, and he knows what's important to the community, and that's why he thoughtfully planned this development to have less of an impact than really what we would have if we had utilized the existing zoning. And we think it's a much better product in the end, and we would respectfully request your approval.
Thank you. Planning Commission?
Thank you. Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located within the Residential 6 future land use category. It is in the urban service area and also located within the limits of the Brandon Community Plan. 48 dwelling units are proposed, which is consistent with the density maximum that can be considered in the Residential 6 future land use category. This also meets minimum density requirements in the urban service area per future land use element policy 1.2. The proposal also meets compatibility requirements of the future land use element policy 1.4, which desires compatibility with the immediate area and surrounding uses. There is an established suburban residential development pattern in the area, and most of the area surrounding the subject property includes residential uses. The proposal meets the intent of Objective 16 and its accompanying policies that require new development, infill, and redevelopment be compatible with the surrounding area in character, lot size, and density. Goal 6 and strategies 3, 4, and 5 of the Brandon Community Plan require each of the character districts to follow a specific development pattern and be compatible with the surrounding area. The subject property is located within the suburban character district of the Brandon Community Plan, where the residential is predominantly single-family detached homes. But this district also does allow for a wide range of residential building types, such as single-family detached, single-family attached, and townhomes. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the Brandon Community Plan vision. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, subject to the conditions proposed by the Development Services Department. Thank you.
Hearing Master.
The zoning hearing master consider the request to rezone 8.14 acres from RSC 6 to planned development to develop 48 two-family attached dwelling units. No planned development variations or waivers are requested by the applicant. The zoning hearing master noted that the applicant has committed to significant mitigation conditions that include increased buffering and screening where no buffering and screening is required, design features and elevations that are shown on the general site plan, a passive recreational area with a walking trail and a stormwater pond adjacent to residential homes that will all serve to address the compatibility of the project with the neighborhood. The applicant's representative testified that surrounding RZ-6 zoning permits a maximum height of 35 feet, which is the same as the proposed subject two-family attached dwelling units, and the older single-story homes could be remodeled or reconstructed with a second story. The zoning hearing master stated that the applicant's transportation engineer testified during the rebuttal period that Bryant Road operates at an acceptable level of service both before and after the project traffic. County transportation staff concluded that there is no increase in traffic with the subject project as compared to the existing entitlements under the current zoning district. The applicant's representative testified during rebuttal that the 2015 rezoning on the subject property from RZ-6 to RZ-9, which was denied by the board, presented different issues than the subject rezoning application. The zoning hearing master concluded that the rezoning to planned development for the development of 48 two-family attached dwelling units, 24 structures, is consistent with the residential 6 future land use category and provides an alternative housing choice for the community. The zoning hearing master stated that the applicant's commitment to additional buffering and screening, placement of the stormwater pond, and a passive recreational space all serve to mitigate the impacts of the project to adjacent single-family homes. And the zoning hearing master recommended approval.
Thank you. Commissioner Owen?
This is a tough day for District 4, I'll tell you. The examples, okay, Bryan Road, first of all, I'd love to take the commissioners on a field trip to Bryan Road during rush hour. It's one of those that's really fallen victim to Lithia Pinecrest Road. So a lot of people, including me, use it alternatively when we have to. In the examples that's used, La Colina, unless I'm mistaken, La Colina is a community that you gave as an example for compatibility. La Colina is a community that I think is a single-family residence, gated community that's like, I'd say 400, 500 grand and up. So I know the area, and I drove around it again just to take a look, and I just don't see, I appreciate the applicant and applicant's counsel too as well, and understand a lot of their positions, but I don't see the compatibility in this particular area, and increased density. I'm starting to just think that, with every project that's put forward, it's going to be better for traffic. I'm starting just to come to that conclusion. But on this one, I can't say that. We're increasing density on Bryan Road, which is a side artery to Lithia Pinecrest Road. And for those reasons, as well as the issues related to lot sizes, setbacks, and compatibility, I'm just not going to support it. So I'll listen to the other commissioners.
Commissioner Kemp?
I'd like to find out, I think we need to clarify, and maybe the applicant could speak to this, or staff. Does this, from what the entitlement is tomorrow, I know you've changed the design of it, but you're entitled to 48 units today. Is that correct?
That is the on-paper density. I think what I stated was that if we were to develop with the roads and stormwater, we would have 24 structures. So that's what we're proposing is similar. But yes, it is entitled, it is the density, the allowable density per the plan, per the LTC is 6 units to the acre.
And staff just...
Commissioner, I think that 48 units is, as we call it, a mathematical maximum. That's the units per acre multiplied by the acres. In standard zoning districts, as Mr. Corbett pointed out, those don't net out to 6 units per acre because of land being taken up for infrastructure such as roads and stormwater. So it would be something less than 48 that could realistically be developed on the site at its existing zoning.
And has the land use designation, when we made those land use designations, before me, 40 years ago, some years ago was designated as such.
As residential 6, yes, the maximum density that the comprehensive plan allows to be considered under the category is 6 units per acre.
And the other opportunity that this does give, that there's been some criticism that the project that we just looked at doesn't give people opportunity for wealth building in terms of being single-family rentals, and that, this would give those opportunities for people. We have a height that is the same. What we're doing is eliminating, and we have a buffering, a place for stormwater within this. It seems to me, I understand. We have heard very, very much about Lithia Pinecrest and about the other roads there. I'm not convinced that this makes it any different than what they already have the ability to do in terms of that. But it gives people an opportunity, again, for, I would think, these places, and there's a lot of places and where we shouldn't be, where we could have planned better a long time ago when these were set out in terms of our roads, our ability to get around. That's what I was talking about in the last two issues ago. But I think that, we could have a project under what we've already allowed in our future comp plan that was done many, many years ago, a project that could be much more impactful in the community in ways that they do not want.
Commissioner Cameron Cepeda.
So the voices of the people were heard in the community, and it's something they don't want, so I cannot support it.
Okay, what's the pledge of the board? We need a motion.
Commissioner Myers, move for approval.
Okay, we got a motion to approve by Commissioner Myers. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Cohen. Any other comments? If not, please record your vote.
Motion failed 3-4 commissioners. Cameron Cepeda, Kemp, Owen, and Will still voted no.
Okay, now we need a motion to deny.
Move for denial.
Motion, Commissioner Owen. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Wostel. Please record your vote.
Excuse me, point of order. I'm sorry, I might have gotten confused.
Yeah.
The motion we just had was a move to approve.
Yes.
And that was denied.
Yes.
Okay, so now we're,
Motion to deny. We have to have an affirmative motion.
okay, on the move to approve, I would like to change my vote. I'm sorry,
Okay, so we need a motion to reconsider.
I'd like to make a motion to reconsider.
Okay, we need to remove the last motion to deny.
Yeah, I'll withdraw my last motion to deny.
Okay. And then we'll have a new motion to reconsider by Commissioner Kemp. Second? Second, Commissioner Myers. Okay, please record your vote on reconsidering the motion.
Motion carried 6-1. Commissioner Wilson voted no.
Okay, now can we have a motion to approve? No, that was to reconsider. You have to vote again.
A motion to approve.
Okay, motion to approve by Commissioner Kemp, second Commissioner Myers. Please record your vote for approval.
Motion carried 4-3. Commissioners Cameron, Cepeda, Owen, and will still vote it no.
All right, thank you. Board members, we've got 3 more applications, not including the one that we continue in a staff item. What's the pleasure of the board? Want to take a brief break, recess?
Could we take 15 minutes or something?
I mean, why don't we take 30 minutes, and then we'll come back at 12:45, and then we'll continue. So we'll reconvene at 12:45.
Stay in the know and make your voice heard on different projects happening in your neighborhood and throughout Hillsborough County by visiting Hillsborough County's Engagement Hub, the online home for outreach and listening efforts. From parks and recreation projects to roadway improvement plans, your input plays an important role in shaping the future of Hillsborough County. So make your voice heard by visiting hcflgov.net/hcengage.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Board of County Commissioners Land Use Meeting. Can we pick up the next item? Actually, let me ask you, is the F5, did we work out a solution on that?
We have a proposed condition if the board would like to take up F5
Yeah,
now,
can we go ahead and do that?
Okay.
I think that'll be quick.
Okay. So then I can read the condition, so I've got it. So commissioners, we're going back to agenda item F5, which is major mod application 22-1228. In response to the board discussion about wanting to clarify the type of structures would be permitted in the multifamily portion of the project, condition 1.2 is proposed to be modified as follows. Currently, the condition says pocket B, 303 multifamily units. The new condition would be pocket B, 303 multifamily units, and then this additional sentence, multifamily development shall be restricted to detached structures containing 2 or less dwelling units per structure. So effectively, that would only allow single-family detached and two-family attached, which are duplexes on the property.
Commissioner Owen, are you comfortable
Move for
with that?
approval. Yeah.
Okay, we got a motion to approve with the new condition by Commissioner Owen, second Commissioner Kemp. Please record your vote. That's on F5.
Motion carried 6-1. Commissioner Cameron Cepeda voted no.
Thank you. F7.
Commissioner, the next item is agenda item F7 is rezoning PD 22-1338. The applicant's A&V Development Incorporated. The request is to rezone from RSC 6 and planned development to a planned development. Michelle Heinrich with County staff will provide a brief overview of the request.
Good afternoon. Michelle Heinrich, Development Services, and I have put on Elmo a close-up of the property in question. And this is a rezoning request that seeks to expand PD 060997 with the addition of a RSC 6 zone property to allow for 204 multifamily units. PD 060997 is approved already for 204 units, so no increase in units is proposed. However, the area will increase from approximately 10 acres to 17 acres. The site is located in the East Lake Orient Park community, the urban service area, and both the Res 20 and Res 6 future land use categories. A flex of the Res 20 category was approved under the original PD, and given that this is a new PD, a flex of the Res 20 future land use category is requested again. When reviewing a proposed zoning, staff analyzes the surrounding area, the site layout, and possible impacts or compatibility issues. We found nothing arising from the new request that caused any compatibility issues, and the previously approved mitigation techniques were remaining, such as setbacks, building height, and buffering and screening. Findings by the Planning Commission staff are a significant factor in our overall review. A finding of inconsistency was filed due to policy direction in the community plan, which does not support the flex request. Planning Commission staff will provide more detail on that, and therefore we were not able to support the request, but filed a non-support, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you. Is the applicant here? Good afternoon.
Elise Batzel with Stearns Weaver Miller, 401 East Jackson, representing Vic Abuelam and A&V Development. You heard where the property was located. This is Res 6 and Res 20, but this is a really unique situation. We are taking an existing PD and we're adding in property and we're spreading the units out. That's all we're doing, and improving some access issues. So before we dig into the details, I just wanted to give you the big picture there. The surrounding uses, you can see the north is the Hillsborough River. To the south, there are single-family detached residential homes. There are multifamily apartments and townhomes to the east, and I forgot one, to the north, to the south, to the west. Oh yes, multifamily and townhomes. So it's currently approved for 10.23 acres. That equates to 19.94 dwelling units per acre. Right now, today, there is a 270-foot flex already approved, and the request is to reduce that flex. So what we're doing, as you can see here, the yellow is the new flex area, and I'm going to go back for just a second. 270 feet flex was approved previously. We're asking for the flex to be reduced from 203 feet to 73 feet, or something right around there. The 204 units that are already approved today will just include 7.72 additional acres. That yields 11.79 dwelling units per acre. So we're going from over 19 units per acre to just over 11 units per acre. Now there's improvements to the street as well before I get to this. If you see that little square at the very end, right now we have taken the access point and we've moved it in order to align with the road across the street. That was at staff's request. And we have created a bigger wider opening so that it's safer on the end. Your staff in the staff report indicates that there is a decrease in traffic because that RSC6 can never be developed. And quickly, I just want to turn it over to David for the rest of the time.
David Smith, 401 East Jackson Street, for Stearns Weaver Miller. Consistency with the comprehensive plan. This is an amazing situation for me because I indicated in the ZHM, never have I had such glowing staff reports of consistency and compatibility, but for one policy in the community plan. So I'd like to emphasize that when I start. We're in the urban service area. Compatibility has been found by both the Planning Commission and your staff. The project complements the surrounding residential developments because it's providing for more transition. Right now we have a very condensed 204 unit development and we're trying to spread that out over greater acreage to have the same number of units, the same access point, and we're improving the access point and eliminating the single family home that's on 50th Street in order to do that. When we look on to the East Lake Community Plan, many policies we agree with and are consistent with. It says provide for diversified housing options, protect wetlands by providing 50-foot wetland conservation setback. The already approved flex is being reduced to 73 feet. The project reduces, in doing this, it spreads the units, which lowers the net density. The project also, when you look at this, the community plan, there's no definition of what expand means. And I think the Planning Commission in reviewing the policy that says do not expand Res 20, you have to recognize that in 2006, this flex was already approved to give the number of units. Here we are in today, in between the community plan was approved in 2009. And it basically says do not expand Res 20. So if you take that as a snapshot in 2009, Res 20 essentially was already expanded in a greater area, and we're basically cutting that back. So we're reducing it by 3.07 acres. I do believe the Planning Commission did not feel it was in their purview to make that decision, and it's up to the Board of County Commissioners to recognize that. Here is a depiction of that. As you can see, the site plan is laid on. In the green is the flex being requested now, and outside that, the other striped area is the reduction in theory, of the Res 20 area. That is the big difference. We're requesting no variances. Consistent with flex criteria, there's numerous flex criteria in the staff report. The hearing officer recognized it. We comply with all the flex criteria to be applied to this property. Go ahead.
Just very briefly, I wanted to mention the comprehensive plan policy that was adopted last year regarding private property rights and the owner's right to develop their property. I think it's really important when you're looking at these developments before you. And in conclusion, the county and the Planning Commission staff have no compatibility concerns. That's in their staff report. The applicant purchased additional property to improve access and to spread out the units over a larger area. And the application is consistent with 12 different policies in the comprehensive plan. And finally, your hearing officer has made a recommendation of approval. So with that, we will reserve any time for rebuttal. We do know that we have a couple people here to speak. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you. Anyone here in support of the application? You're in support? Opposition. Okay, opposition? You're up. I'm not sure if anyone else is here. We have a total of 10 minutes.
Hello, my name is Pat Kilker. I live at 7025 Doreen Street, Tampa, Florida. The main problem, I'm opposed to this position or this rezoning, mainly because of the access to.
Excuse me, sir, could you repeat your name? I didn't catch
Patrick
it.
Kilker.
Hilker, okay.
And it's 7025 Doreen Street. Okay, my opposition is mainly that they can't access this safely. If you look here on the thing, the access road is 1,500 foot long, which is 1,000 foot longer than the longest access road allowed in the county right now. A project of this type requires a TS3 road, which has 50-foot right-of-ways. This project is only proposing 30 or 35-foot right-of-ways. A project of this type requires 26-foot lane or roadways. They're proposing only 19-foot roadways, which would not allow a fire truck to go down, 2 fire trucks or emergency vehicles to go down. You can't have parcel trucks go down because they're 10 foot wide. Also, there's only one entrance and one access to this. 1,500 feet long, 7 blocks long. Children will have to walk that in school, walls on both sides, only one way in and out, no police patrol, no enforced speed limits. The crime this is unbelievable there's nothing else like this exists anywhere in the county. The developers were asked to provide something like this in the past. This has come before the commissioner 3 times in the past. It has been denied under a Jim Norman commission. It was denied twice, once under a Les Miller commission. Commissioner Kemp voted against it once in 2016, but then she voted to approve it. I'm hoping Commissioner Myers will talk to you and vote against it. This is just bad for our area, bad for crime. Doesn't hold up to any code whatsoever. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else in opposition? Yeah, please come forward. Good afternoon.
I'm Claude Perret Conze. I live at 4512 Porpoise Drive. My property is adjacent to the roadway, the entry. Like the previous gentleman said, we do have issues with having that long roadway. My other issue that I have is that the new property that they're asking to add to it is very close to a Hart bus stop. It is also across the street from a school bus stop. And there are several schools in the area that the children walk to and from. And the increase in traffic will just be it's just too dangerous for them. As well as this is a walking community. It is getting better. It was not the best neighborhood, granted, but it is getting better, and this is not going to help the situation at all. And we are hoping that the county commissioners are really going to listen to the people who live there and who don't want this. I have no problems if the gentleman would like to put in single-family homes. It's the apartments, the multi-units, that's an issue. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else in opposition? Okay, applicant, I have 5-minute rebuttal.
Thank you very much. Elise Batzel, for the record, with respect to the issues on the right-of-way, I know your transportation department has a lot of history on this, and they can probably answer a lot of those questions better than I can, but this access is already approved for the 204 units that are existing, approved today. In other words, the access is approved, and we are actually improving the access. Just want to make that point. And just a reminder, because we're adding property in, this is a decrease in density. If we leave the 204 units on a smaller piece of property, so this area, the area that I just circled is the extent of where those 204 units can be built today, right? So by adding in the additional property and spreading those units out, that property can never be built with additional units. There's a lot of history on this roadway, and when they went in for 50th Street, the county didn't reserve enough right-of-way. So all of the neighbors have been accessing this for years and years. So I just want to bring that to the record for you, and we'll be available to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Planning Commission?
Melissa Leinhard, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the residential 6 and residential 20 future land use categories. It is in the urban service area and also within the limits of the East Lake Orient Park Community Plan. The subject site is surrounded by residential uses. The proposed rezoning meets the compatibility requirements of future land use element Objective 16, and it's modifying neighborhood protection policies as the multifamily development complements the existing range of residential development in the area, which includes single-family residential and multifamily residential. The subject site is located along a collector roadway in the urban service area, which is preferred for higher density residential development per policy direction. The applicant proposes a flex of 1.21 acres of the residential 20 future land use category located directly to the east. The proposed use does not meet the intent of Objective 7 and Policies 7.3 and 7.4 regarding flexes. A flex must demonstrate how it furthers other goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan. In this case, the flex conflicts with the language of the community plan. The East Lake Orient Park Community Plan encourages the development of housing for all income levels, and the proposal is consistent with this vision. However, the community plan also states the following: preserve existing single-family residential, with residential 6 in parentheses, and allow no further expansion of residential 20 in the area west of North 56th Street to the city of Tampa and north of Hannah Avenue to the city of Temple Terrace as indicated on the East Lake Orient Park Community Plan Preferred Elements map. As this site is in this specified area, the requested flex is not supportable by Planning Commission staff, as it would further lead to expansion of residential 20 into the residential 6 area, even though the actual build-out would be closer to 11 dwelling units per acre. While a flex was approved in 2006, this predates the 2009 adoption of the East Lake Orient Park Community Plan. Therefore, the proposed development is not consistent with the adopted policy direction in the community plan as it sits today. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development inconsistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Hearing master.
The zoning hearing master considered the applicant's request to rezone 17.31 acres from RSC 6 and plan development, excuse me, to plan development to develop 204 multifamily dwelling units. The approved PD comprises 10.11 acres of the total 17.31 acre site and is approved for 204 multifamily dwelling units. The rezoning is requested to add 7.2 acres to the existing PD with no increase in the number of dwelling units. No PD variations or waivers are requested. As you've heard from Ms. Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff testified at the zoning hearing master that they did not support the requested flex of the residential 20 category based on the language in Objective 7 of the East Lake Orient Park Community Plan. Development Services Department staff does not support the rezoning based on the Planning Commission staff finding. That does not support the flex of the residential 20 category. Both the Planning Commission staff and Development Services Department, however, found the rezoning, which increases the acreage of the PD by approximately 7 acres with no increase to the already approved 204 multifamily dwelling units, to be compatible with the surrounding area. The Planning Commission stated in their staff report that the subject plan development with the increase in acreage would allow a gradual transition of land uses and would spread the density over a larger area. The zoning hearing master concluded that the rezoning to plan development for the development of 204 multifamily dwelling units is compatible with the surrounding area. The requested flex of the residential 20 land use category meets the comprehensive plan criteria and is consistent with the East Lake Orient Park Plan, which encourages the development of housing for all income levels and the protection of wetlands. The rezoning with the additional acreage was found to reduce the overall density and traffic generated by the project and meet the intent of the code and comprehensive plan. And the zoning hearing master concluded with the recommendation of approval.
Commissioner Kemp.
I hate to even be talking about this, and I have no great wisdom to share here. I can tell you, new commissioners might appreciate this. When I first came here, my very first land use meeting included this, plus a whole slew of very complicated issues. And I was briefed on Monday afternoon at 4 for the meeting on Tuesday morning, the next morning, with my big binders, and this being one of them. And this, as you may have heard, has been out there since 2009 before, and it was a family dispute, I think, and it went back and forth to court and involved these flexes. And when you look at that design there, you certainly, and you see that narrow road that, you know, was there, that, and yet there was already the approval for 204, I guess, multifamily units. I'm just trying to, and maybe staff could, and if anyone else wants to jump in here and ask questions, I mean, I will stand down and let you go, but with the flex, and I know it was explained to us, but so the property on the other side of the flex that is going to be the property to the west, I'm sorry, I think it's the west. So let's just say now, how many units are allowed on the whole property under the more intense, I guess, flex on both all the parcels now?
So, Commissioner, the currently approved flex of the Res 20 that's in place today for this planned development allows development of 204 units. And that is not including the two parcels that are currently zoned RSC6 to the west. The request is incorporating those additional parcels and the density that comes with it into the planned development. They're not asking for an increase in units, but they're asking for a decrease in the area that was flexed. So say it flexed, X feet to the west. Now they're requesting something less than X of the flex. I'm sorry, I don't know.
Well, I'll ask this. Can staff confirm that this actually reduces the density for certain in this whole area?
Given what's approved today, yes, this is a decrease in density. What is being, we have the existing PD, which got established number of units. We have two other parcels to the west that are zoned RSC6 and could, in theory, develop with residential entitlements. That land is being added, but no additional units are being added. So expanded land area, static unit count results in a decrease in density. You can confirm that for the record.
Okay, because I know that overall, and the posture it even came with from the decade before I even entered onto this board, was it's disturbing, but that's what it is. That's already what it was, and that's after, as the gentleman stated, coming here several times, but also several lawsuits and disputes in between. So the overall information we have confirmed is that this does reduce the density in an area where I think the density creates, the greater density creates the greater problem. It's not like we can reverse what has already occurred in this long, litigious, difficult, zoning. But this does reduce the impacts, in my mind, of what the zoning will make. And I'll be pleased to hear from anyone else who has any thoughts to add to this.
Commissioner Wostel.
Thank you, Chair. Can we confirm any of the things that were said about the codes of the road?
So Commissioner, yes, the access drive, the long drive, The long access drive, can confirm it is approximately 1,500 feet. This was an issue in length. This was an issue when the rezoning was first being considered, not this rezoning, but the one that's currently approved. It was a matter that was cited for prior denial of the application. That denial was sent back to the county from courts saying that it was not a legitimate basis to deny. That's how we ended up with the approval that we have today. We'll say that.
Okay, so the courts have already heard that argument and they've rejected it.
Yes.
Okay, that's extremely important for that to be.
Yes, sir. I will say that we did take, so we recognize this is a constrained area for a driveway. We did, in the initial rezoning, and it's carried through here, come to a design that we could feel comfortable with, that was not going to pose safety risks for the users.
Right.
And the addition of the land on 50th Street is an improvement to the access situation as the line allows those access locations to be aligned.
Okay, so, but the court's already said you can't say no for that reason, right?
That was.
Okay, that was, because if it was a reason, then I would have entertained it, but the courts have already said no. So the next thing, and this was, I think, broadly covered, but very concisely, this is already approved. It was approved in 2006 that this can be this exact amount of units. So the courts have already said that they can have this access road, and they have already been approved for this exact amount of units that are going to be on. And trust, I mean, I will be voting no on any improvement from RSC6 to RS20 for apartments. I mean, I will be voting no on every single one of those that come before me. But in this case, this is already approved, and they could build those apartments to this volume, or am I misunderstanding?
No, you're correct.
Okay.
It is currently approved. They could submit plans and build this today.
Then I move for approval.
Got a motion to approve, Commissioner Wostel. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Second, Commissioner Kemp. Commissioner Myers?
Thank you. Ms. Lionheart, in your report, you stated that the flex does not meet the plan. Why was that? I'd
be happy to clarify. For the record, Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. So within the flex provision, which is part of the future land use element, the edge of a future land use category has been deemed to not be super exact. That's based on Scrivener's errors from when we digitized hand-drawn maps way back when. So this provision is a holdover from those times. And essentially, there's a 500-foot extension that you can ask for, and you can sort of borrow a future land use category and its densities and intensities. That's what's being asked for here. But one of the tenets and the test for a flex provision on if it works or if it's consistent with the plan is, are you furthering the goals, objectives, and policies of the plan? Because the flex could be seen as an expansion of the residential 20, we felt that it conflicted with the community plan language that's adopted today, but it was not adopted as part of the original approval. So the language does not specifically say no flexes in the community plan. It doesn't say no plan amendments in the community plan, but it just says no further expansion. And because it could be interpreted as an expansion, we felt like it was safe for us to say it's inconsistent and then sort of put the ball in your court to see how you all feel about that language in reflection to the ask today.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Adam, one question for you. Regarding safety, and someone just mentioned about fire trucks trying to enter or exit, what problem does that pose for this project?
So we don't believe that there will be impediments to fire trucks entering and exiting. The right-of-way pavement is 19 feet in width. And again, it's the same configuration proposed in this application as is currently approved today with the addition of the land, with this is something new, the addition of the lane on 50th Street to align the access points.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm not going to support it. My constituents in my district, I represent District 3, and they're here speaking out against this project, and so I'm not going to support it.
Okay, we got a motion to approve. Commissioner Wellstell, second Commissioner Kemp. I'm going to say I am going to support the item. It's no increase in units. We're simply spreading them out. It's a decrease in the overall density in the area. We're improving the access, which I think is a big point, and it's in the urban service area. So with that, if no other comments, please record your vote.
Motion carried 6-1. Commissioner Myers voted no.
Thank you. F8.
Next item is agenda item F8, rezoning PD 22-1387. The applicant is Waimama Commercial LLC. The request is to rezone a 3.5 acre, approximately 3.5 acre parcel located at the southeast corner of Westlake Drive and State Road 674 in Waimama. The request is rezone from commercial intensive to a planned development. The purpose of the request, you can go to the next arrow. Again, closer up view of, again, southeast corner of Westlake and 674. The intent as shown in the proposed site plan is to develop the parcel with 100,000 square feet of a mini warehouse facility. I would note the current CI zoning does permit that use, however, not at the square footage required by the desired by the applicant. Therefore, they're rezoning the planned development to accommodate that square footage. This is within the Waimama Downtown Subdistrict B Downtown Center. The project is conditioned to comply with the design standards set forth in the Land Development Code regulations that were adopted last year to implement recent amendments to the Waimama Community Plan. Staff is, based on those considerations, staff is recommending approval of this with conditions. The Planning Commission has found it consistent, and the hearing officer also has recommended approval. Staff's available for any questions. Thank you.
Is the applicant here? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Cami Corbett for the record of Hill Ward Henderson. I'm representing Waimama Commercial, which is actually a single-purpose entity that's owned and controlled by Eisenhower Property Group. And many of you know Eisenhower Property Group is one of the largest residential developers in South County, if not the largest. This is the third leg of a stool of a public-private partnership. Last year, the board approved 2 rezonings, one for Lennar and one for the Hillsborough County School Board. The school board site is a campus for 3 schools, an elementary, middle, and high school. And then Lennar had a development agreement that traveled with both of the rezonings that included an obligation for Lennar to make significant improvements to Westlake Drive, including that intersection. And it became apparent during the process that there wasn't sufficient right-of-way at that intersection for them to make the improvement. And that's when Eisenhower Property Group agreed to come in and acquire the property to secure it and make sure that it was for sale at the time, and to make sure that there were no future problems with improving the intersection. And with that, I'd like to have Steve Henry come up and explain that in more detail to all of you.
Good evening, Steve Henry, Lincoln Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. Just want to put on the IMO. This is an excerpt from the construction plans, which we did enter into the record. And just to explain, so currently, as indicated, that this is a development agreement, or MAFASO agreement that went to the board, has been approved. We are actually in the process of preparing the construction plans. They've actually been submitted to both DOT and to the county and are currently in review. And what this shows is, orient you, this is Westlake Drive here, 674 here. When we were first starting this process and we realized that we needed additional property, we met with the county. And one of the things that came up was, we're willing to work with you on this, but whatever you put on this piece of property that we need in order to make this development work, it's got to be a low-intensity use. And the reason for that is the access. So what we had to do, this pond here is actually for the 674 improvements and the Westlake improvements, and also for this property. The access is going to be in this location to Westlake. It has to be limited to right in, right out, because you have no ability to make a southbound left turn lane. And if you're coming out, you're gutting across 3 different, a right turn lane, a through lane, and a left turn lane. here on 674, DOT, as you can see here, we're in the left turn lane for this intersection. DOT agreed to allow us to have a full access in the interim until such time as that road is widened. So from that standpoint, it has to be a low intensity use. If we start putting in more intense type uses, it becomes a significant traffic issue from that standpoint. So that's why when they came in with a mini warehouse, that made the most sense from our standpoint, from a traffic standpoint, as far as because of the limitation and trying to get these intersection improvements in place. Thank you.
Cami Corbett again for the record. We are not asking for any waivers to the design elements of the very extensive Waimama Village Land Development Code district, the design district that was just approved. It's very extensive. This is going to be designed with that in mind, with porch-like elements. The massing of the building will be consistent with the look and feel of what Waimama community asked for. Unfortunately, I think you're going to hear today the community is not happy with the use of the property. And the Waimama district regulations very specifically has a section on permitted uses. And it very specifically says that the uses shall be regulated by the underlying zoning. And you heard Mr. Grady share with you that the underlying zoning is CI. And so storage is a permitted use. And you've heard the reason from Mr. Henry why we selected a low traffic generator for this. So unfortunately, on this particular aspect, the use, we are not able to reach agreement with the community plan, the community planners. We are found consistent with the community plan by the Planning Commission. They reviewed this, Development Services reviewed it, found us consistent with those regulations. And so that's what we're asking for approval for this afternoon. And I'll save any time for rebuttal.
All right. Thank you. Anyone here in support? Any proponent testimony? Any opponent testimony? Please come forward. You have a total of 10 minutes. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, everybody. Michael Ball, 16545, South US Highway 301. Appreciate the opportunity to speak today. Just want to give a shout out to Commissioner Owen. Thank you for being there last night. That meant a lot. You're a man of your word. I appreciate the character of you showing up last night to that meeting. I rise in opposition to this. Reason why we rise is because although we talked about the plan, commissions, hey, it's consistent, that just means you can. It doesn't mean you should. Okay, and although we have a plan, this is not what the community is asking for, okay? And the answers we're getting from the developer here are about traffic. It's not about the actual property itself and the utilization thereof. There are other options out there. Given the current plan that the Waimama, the VSR2 has put forward, and where the current planning stages are, this inhibits our ability to execute that plan. Okay, now I love planning as much as anybody. Okay, it's not about the plan, it's about falling in love with planning. So this is an option that needs to be looked at again and reconsidered because this doesn't meet the needs. And for those of us that were at a meeting that Hillsborough County put forward by their own planning commission, this will not generate the revenue needed to support Waimama over the longer term, given the density requirements of what's needed for that downtown area to support other things in that area. So while I appreciate what the developer's trying to do, it's about traffic. They seem to, their lack of enthusiasm for the warehouse would tell you that there's other uses available to us that need to be integrated into the overall plan. There's no integration of this. This is a one-stop, one-off type of thing. It needs to be integrated with the overall plan, with the community plan. And I think I will tell you, if you ask your Hillsborough planners, while it is consistent, it is not in the spirit of the Hillsborough plan. And I say spirit. Ask them that question. Ask your planners that question. They'll tell you that. It's not in the spirit of the plan. So I get it. I understand what they're trying to do. I'm a big fan of development as well, but it's got to be smart development, and it's got to be in alignment with what the community wants and what the community wants to drive for. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak to that with where things are going forward. So that being said, please, disapprove this project. There's other opportunities that can be used. There's better utilization of assets. Oh, by the way, one last thing I'll leave you with. There's a public storage facility, catty corner to it. That's going to add another 200 units on top of. So what problem is this solving? That is my question. When you look at what we want to do for Waimama, this does not meet that. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Good afternoon. My name is Don Hampton. I stay at 16692.
Excuse me, sir. Were you did you speak at the zoning hearing master or place something into the record of the zoning hearing master hearing or submit any documents for the file?
I just requested online to speak today.
And your last name again?
Hampton.
You live in the vicinity?
Yes, 16692 Carlton Pond Street, Waimama, Creek Reserve.
If we can pause for a second, I can see if Mr. Hampton is.
Is anyone else here in opposition? If you come forward, please, while we're figuring this out.
Is it Mr. Martinez?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, commissioners. It's good to see some commissioners that the Waimama CDC has had the pleasure of working with in the past, and it's good to see new commissioners that we're about to embark on some big work in Waimama. We are here today as a Waimama CDC. My name is Gil Martinez. I'm the Director of Economic Development and Planning for the Waimama Community Development Corporation. We are here today to express our opposition to this project as presented. And I'm going to read something into the record so we have a good understanding of where the community is coming from with this project. In December of 2021, the Hillsborough Board of County Commissioners adopted the Waimama Village Neighborhood Plan. With its adoption, the community was ensured that development in Waimama occurs in a manner that is consistent with the goals, intent, and spirit identified in the Waimama Village Neighborhood Plan. Now that the Village Neighborhood Plan has been adopted, we and our community partners work together to ensure rezoning applications for new development further the vision established by the goals. The plan speaks to encouraging development that promotes a thriving mixed-use business environment. Unfortunately, a mini warehouse storage facility does very little in furthering this goal. Our community is in need of projects in the downtown area that stimulate diversity in the local economy, create job opportunities, and opportunities for investment. This project does little to further that economic vitality that Waimama needs. We had the opportunity to meet with the applicant, and we have expressed our desire that they consider introducing retail on the ground floor or something that would make the project and the site more economically viable and catalytic. This is at the main gateway to Waimama's downtown commercial district. Last night, we heard from the Planning Commission and from county staff about an Urban 3 study that was submitted where they suggest
Sir,
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Martinez. We have to make sure that the record remains restricted to the material that was placed into the zoning hearing master record. So unfortunately, you can't speak about what occurred last night. That occurred after the ZHM. Thank you.
Thank you. I stand corrected then. With that said, the project does little to further the economic vitality of Waimama. At this juncture, the Waimama CDC cannot support this project as presented. We recommend that further thought be given to creating impactful economic development opportunities at this site. In January of 2023, the applicant's representative made a presentation to residents and business owners in Waimama. There were over 15 people in attendance. Overwhelmingly, there was a sense of dissatisfaction towards the project due to its dismal impact on our local economy. We ask you to consider the millions of dollars in taxpayer money that is being invested into the necessary infrastructure to ignite downtown Waimama revitalization. What is the taxpayer's return on investment? Is it another storage facility, or can it be an anchor site for continued economic investment and prosperity in Waimama? We ask that you reconsider this application and they afford the community the opportunity to work with the applicant to see if we can come to an agreement of what can be done at that site to maximize its utility. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? How about the one gentleman?
Mr. Hampton is unfortunately not on the notice list, and he's not a party of record.
Okay. Applicant, a 5-minute rebuttal.
Cami Corbett again. I want to show a picture of the Waimama downtown overlay boundary. This is US 301 and 674. This is the Walmart and the Wawa corner. And then you have Lagoon Shore Boulevard, which starts Area B. The subject property is that square right there. It is by no means the gateway into the main downtown area. That's all the way east over here in Area E. And so we are located within the overlay as contemplated by the plan. And the plan is implemented through the Land Development Code. And the Land Development Code regulations are what we are going to follow when we design this building. That is what we're doing. We're not asking to not follow those design guidelines. We are asking to build this facility to help facilitate this public-private partnership, to have the requirement to dedicate the right-of-way that's necessary not only for Westlake Drive, but also for the future widening of 674. And I can tell you the one thing that was definitely part of the Waimama Community Plan was infrastructure. And this is facilitating the improvement of Westlake Drive and the signalization of Westlake Drive. And I'd like to just have Steve Henry briefly make a comment about both the investment, the private investment in the cost of Westlake Drive, as well as the dedication of the property.
Steve Henry again. So from the standpoint of the cost, you're looking at probably between $6 to $8 million in improvements on Westlake and the intersection there, along with the signalization. And the reality is, had Eisenhower not bought this property, the improvement probably would have never happened, because the reality is the residential developer that's building a couple hundred homes to the south could not have afforded to buy this property and do all the improvements that are there. Thank you.
And Cami Corbett again. And you saw Ms. Batzel earlier put up a flash of your property rights element of your comprehensive plan, and I think that's really important here. We already are the most heavily regulated area in probably all of Hillsborough County by this Waimama Village Plan. And we appreciate the CDC, and we will, as Eisenhower Property Group, will have other projects, larger projects coming along. We'll meet with them, we'll talk with them, and we will get their input. But this is just one, unfortunately, that we don't have the flexibility to add high traffic generating uses to this site, and that's what they're asking us to do. And so we respectfully request your approval based on your staff recommendations in the zoning hearing master's recommendation.
Thank you. Planning Commission.
Thank you, Melissa Leinhard, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the Office Commercial 20 Future Land Use category. It is in the urban service area and also located within the limits of the Waimama Village Community Plan and the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Plan. For the record, I wanted to add that the public meeting that was held last night and that was referenced during the public testimony you just heard was not a Planning Commission meeting. The meeting last night was organized by the Hillsborough County Community and Infrastructure Planning Department, and that was regarding the implementation of the community plan. The proposed rezoning meets the intent of the OC20 future land use category, as it is a type of commercial development that's anticipated in this category. The proposed rezoning from commercial intensive to planned development would be in line with the existing character of the area, which has existing commercial zoning districts to the west and industrial uses to the east, and therefore meets the intent of the compatibility policy future land use element policy 1.4. The subject site meets the intent of Objective 16 and its accompanying policies regarding neighborhood protection of adjacent land uses through various buffering and mitigation measures. The subject site is between light commercial uses to the west and industrial uses to the east. To the south are vacant lands and single-family residential. A stormwater pond will be located to the south and act as a buffer between that residential use. The proposed rezoning also meets the intent of Policy 16.5, that intends to concentrate non-residential uses along collector and arterial roadways that are external to existing and developing neighborhoods. As I mentioned, the subject site is within the Waimama Village Community Plan. Specifically, it's located in the Downtown Center B district, which includes a mix of residential and retail and office uses. Commercial uses are contemplated in this area, and therefore the proposed use is consistent with the downtown district vision as outlined in the community plan. The proposed rezoning will also meet the intent of the business and economic development goal of the plan by providing a commercial use in the commercial core along State Road 674. The property is also within the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Plan. That plan encourages the implementation of preferred development patterns as identified in the various individual community plans. Therefore, the proposed development is compatible with that plan as well. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you. Hearing Master.
The zoning hearing master considered the applicant's request to rezone 3.58 acres from commercial intensive to planned development to develop a maximum 100,000 square foot mini warehouse with accessory uses. No planned development variations or waivers are requested. Testimony in opposition to the rezoning was provided at the ZHM hearing. Concerns primarily focused on the proposed use of the property as a mini warehouse and the desire to instead develop a use that is wanted by the Waimama community. The applicant's representative testified in response that the parcel is the last piece of the development agreement between the county, the school board, and Lennar Homes, which requires improvements to Westlake Drive. The site is constrained by the inability to obtain a left out onto Westlake Drive, a stormwater pond, the depth of the site, and the right-of-way needed to accommodate road improvements. High-traffic land uses were eliminated such that a low-traffic generator, such as a mini warehouse, could be developed on site and the improvements could be completed. The zoning hearing master concluded that the rezoning to planned development for the development of a maximum 100,000 square foot mini warehouse with accessory uses is compatible with the surrounding area and the Waimama community plan. The zoning hearing master found that this proposal will meet the intent of the code and the comprehensive plan, and the zoning hearing master concluded with the recommendation of approval.
Thank you. Commissioner Kemp.
Thank you. I'm pleased that Mr. Ball and Mr. Martinez came to testify here, because I'll have to say that I went through the record and I was reading through it, and we have Mr. Ball, I guess, came in person, I think, and the record has, so I came to speak. I appreciate the proposal presented inaudible. While it's not interesting, I just had inaudible Waimama overall inaudible. They also had him read Mr. Martinez's email into the record, and on just 2 pages of double-typed testimony here, I had 24 inaudibles that made it that you couldn't even figure out what the record said, and that's the only place that the record is like that. The rest of the record, in terms of this, has no inaudibles in it that I can see. I've never seen anything quite like it. So I'm pleased. I didn't know that they would be here today necessarily, but I found this very disturbing as preparing for this. I'm also, I would have liked to have go to the meeting last night. I was thinking about it, but wasn't able to make it down to that, because I've been very interested in that and have been to some of the community plan meetings that have been, despite anything to the contrary, extraordinarily well-attended, engaged. Ms. Leinhardt, you did say that this was classified as a downtown center, right? And I had gotten some information. Let's see here. So the downtown center, and by the way, this is like smack, it might not be the entryway, it's smack in the middle, actually, of what we see in terms of that main street. And I was surprised to learn that another storage, I didn't know that another storage facility was catty corner to it. Is that, I mean, I'm just, in terms of the placement, is that accurate at this time? I know that we are building storage. I know because I have had terrible problems with them in my own neighborhood in Tampa, where storage units seem to be in fashion now, as well as car washes. That is, 10 or 20 years ago, it was drugstores. There's been dollar stores in between and automotive centers, and we've experienced this. They build them and then they're not there any longer. But do we know if that's, I just was confirming. We don't know.
The site catty corner to this does have a U-Haul facility. That looks like there's a storage structure there as well. Certainly can confirm there's U-Haul rentals there.
Right now, downtown center, and that's what we confirmed it was, here's the language that was just passed by this board that just had years of engagement. The downtown center encourages a range of uses, which should be compact and contain both attached and detached buildings. The residential character hosts a mix of housing types, including single-family, attached, and detached homes and multifamily units. Homes located in the downtown center zones are normally set back from the property line to allow the front yard. That's part of it. The downtown center encourages higher density residential and some retail services and office uses. This functions as a transition between downtown residential and suburban residential neighborhoods and Main Street uses. When you put in a storage unit, it doesn't serve these purposes. What it does is it creates a big hole in the streetscape and is contrary to the vision that was put out there and to all these allowable uses. They also set aside an area further east on 674, which invites or welcomes this kind of development as being, when people use something like a storage unit, once a year or twice a year they go to it, maybe snowbirds, storing their stuff in there for the winter and getting it out, or for the summer, those kinds of additional things. But this isn't a place that is retail, walkable, encourages that kind of use of that street that was very, very purposely designated for that, when there's other areas where it would be very welcome and serve the community. I also very much question the record that I had received until now. I think that there's issues with it. I'd like to make a motion to deny based on this, because there can be so many other things that are allowable, could be put in here and could contribute to the community. So I'll do that and see if there's any support for that. I think we could also, look at remanding this for further consideration of what to do. I see Commissioner Owen shaking his head. Maybe I'll go with a motion to remand so we can engage the neighborhood, so we can hear more on the record about this. I think it's kind of surprising, but there's lots and lots of opportunities for development that that would enhance and be in keeping with the community plan that we just passed in this area. So I'll make a motion to remand and for further consideration of this piece of property.
And I'll second. And hold on. You're in a moment. A motion to remand by Commissioner Kemp, second Commissioner Owen, Commissioner Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask a question to the applicant, Cammie. It appears that the community really wants to work with y'all to make something happen as a developer. Is there any possibility that you can look at another option that would bring an economic development into the area. I would support the remand, but after hearing the comments, I think they're great opportunities because they want to work with you all.
They have asked us to consider putting retail on the first floor. As Mr. Henry indicated, we have been told by FDOT and transportation that we cannot have high volumes of traffic. So we're kind of struggling with trying to weigh the competing demands here of, yes, we want this walkable retail in all of this area, but this is a very critical intersection for Westlake Drive, and that light is critical for that school campus. And we don't want to do anything that will jeopardize or conflict with that traffic. You heard Mr. Henry testify that when we bought it, that we were going to be very constrained in what we could do here because we had to provide that right of way. And so while we would like to work with the community, we are proposing to build a brand new building. It's not dilapidated old storage. It will be built with the design criteria so it look and feel like the rest of the corridor. I just don't know that this property can be all things to all people. And so we will try, if it's the will of the board, to remand. That could further delay, every delay to this project and further delay to implementing the conditions of this PD, which require the property owner to dedicate the property for the future widening of 674 and for the Westlake Drive improvements, could jeopardize that and jeopardize the timing of it. And so while we really would like to work with the community, we normally will. We'll have another large project that's coming behind this that is in a different area, but in the part of the Wimauma Community Plan that requires community meetings, this actual area doesn't actually require that. So we would like to, but we are very constrained.
Okay, because they really oppose the mini warehouse.
We appreciate that, but we're very constrained.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Owen?
And Ms. Corbett, those are great points, and I feel like I've been hard on you today, but you do a wonderful job representing your clients, and it makes our job actually easier with the representation you provide. Just real quick, just to talk about this community as well as our staff. I think this is going to, these are bumpy roads we're on right now, but I think that this is going to end up being, and this is to credit to the prior board, this is going to be a roadmap of how these communities should be created. The heavy involvement by the community, staff that's very transparent and provides town hall meetings where folks can go from place to place and ask specific questions. So there's so much that we're already doing as a county for this particular project. The septic to sewer, we're providing a temporary library. In the meantime, we have, I think, $160 million in capital improvements already approved. This, again, is a great example. Now, Mr. Gormley, the intersection here, I think it's important. I understand what the applicant said, that this is not necessarily at a proposed entrance, but this intersection is going to change dramatically, correct? I mean, could you just talk about, allude to that a little bit?
Yes, it will. There is a project, it's joint, it's actually in the capital improvement program to improve that Westlake 674 intersection. There will be a signal installed at that intersection, as well as additional turn lanes, both from the south and from the east and the west. So the geometry of that intersection will expand. It can confirm that the current right-of-way doesn't support that expanded geometry, nor does it support what would be the stormwater needs for that. But it will be a significantly improved signalized intersection.
And I will agree with you can confirm this applicant is constrained. When you look at Westlake Drive and the retention that's behind it, there's not a ton of options, right, for this particular property.
Yeah, yes, there are constraints on this, both from the accommodating the stormwater from the intersection improvement, as well as the right-of-way that's needed from this, or the land that's needed from this project. It is putting constraints on the developability, as well as I will acknowledge that, or confirm that the expansion of the intersection, particularly on the northbound Westlake, does not lend itself to having lefts in across several lanes of what will be travel lanes at the intersection.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of the issues I see so far with this project, because obviously I'm a new commissioner, from being involved in the Lithia Fishhawk area, where the commercial just kind of has fallen flat on its face, but the residential communities are just thriving, and schools and everything. I think that that South County can look at that a little bit as we continue to grow. This vision for the downtown Wimauma, though, I think it really is interesting to see how this is going to work. Because if this implementation works, I think it will change the way I think. It'll change the way I think a lot of commissioners on this board will think about the future growth of South County and East County, for that matter. Commissioner Kemp, I had written down a motion to be a little more specific, to give some direction. So I'm going to make it as a substitute if you want to second it. If you don't think if the board doesn't think that's appropriate and you want to leave it more bland, but I had written down, I want to move to remand to see if there's something that can be done by the applicant after hearing concerns of the community and this board to integrate an additional use or design, I think that's important, to add to the vision of the proposed downtown Wimauma.
I could second that. It seems to do the same thing as just a general remand, actually, because that's the intent and purpose.
Correct. And I really want to thank Mr. Martinez as well. I mean, you've done a great job with this community and this group, and I want to commend you as well. And I'm hopeful that you all can work together with this applicant, because at the end of the day, you understand this better than anybody, that we're in a difficult spot whenever the applicant is extremely constrained on how to develop. So whether it's design, whether it's aesthetics on the exterior, I sure hope that you will continue your great representation of the community and work with the applicant on this.
All right, sir, I'm sorry. We heard you.
We're good.
Thank you.
So that's all I have. So.
Okay, we have a substitute motion to remand with, I guess, a little more specificity in the motion by Commissioner Owen, second Commissioner Kemp. Commissioner Wostel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're all over today. I mean, it seems that there's an open playbook here that is difficult for applicants to play on when the rules don't seem to be very clear. And that it seems unfair. Applicants are also constituents. This seems very micromanaging and a violation of people's property rights, which should be a huge deal to this board. Fighting an incinerator that's going next to a preschool is something that everybody naturally gets on board with, because that's a safety risk and that shouldn't be there. We're asking somebody to play with unfair rules. They're constrained by FDOT that we have absolutely no control over. Does that mean that we're going to fight them on every single movement, since the central road through this community is a state road rather than a county road where we might have more freedom? I just, at this time, I can't support a remand, and so I'm going to be a no on the remand. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Wostel. And I basically share the same concerns as Commissioner Wostel. I understand the wants of the community and the intent of a remand. However, due to the applicant's constraints, I just don't see any value to it. I mean, what I heard this morning in opposition are things like doesn't meet the needs, doesn't meet the spirit of the community plan, better utilization, there's already another self-storage in the area. Those are all great comments, and I understand, but none of those are a legal basis to deny. That's just the flat-out truth. However, what I do see in our backup, and I'll read verbatim, Planning Commission staff testified the request meets policy 16.5 regarding non-residential land uses being located along collect and arterial roadways. Staff also stated the request is consistent with the Wimauma Community Plan as it meets the intent of the business and economic development goal of the plan by providing a commercial use in the commercial core along State Road 674. Planning Commission staff found the rezoning consistent with the comp plan. It goes on to say the rezoning to plan development for the development of a maximum 100,000 square feet of mini warehouse with accessory uses is compatible with the surrounding area and the Wimauma Community Plan. The rezoning meets the intent of the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan. I know the motion on the floor is not for denial, but I just don't see any value in that. Typically, I do support remands, but in this case, I think it's somewhat of a unique case, so I'm too going to oppose the motion. Okay, if no other comments, please record your motion to remand.
And the remand date, just the record, will be April 17th at 6 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
Motion failed 2-4. Cameron Cepeda, Cohen, Sherhagen, Myers, and Wolster voted no.
I think it's 2-5, but,
Sorry, 2-5, sir.
okay, thank you. Now we need a motion to.
I move approval.
Okay, we got a motion to approve, Commissioner Wolstel, second, Commissioner Myers. If there are no comments, please record your vote.
Motion carried 6-1. Commissioner Owen voted no.
Okay, thank you. F9.
The next item is agenda item F9, rezoning standard 22-1591. The applicant is Nigel Porter. The request is rezone a .49 acre parcel from RDC 12 residential duplex conventional to commercial general with restrictions. The restrictions consist of limiting the site to business, professional office uses, used vehicle and truck sales, retail uses as defined by the code with the exception of no eating establishments with drive-through or convenience stores with or without gas. Also would allow a contractor's office without open storage, retail, and daycare, childcare. As you'll note on the agenda, Commissioners, the parcel is on Martin Luther King Boulevard on the south side of Martin Luther King Boulevard in the Sefno-Menger Community Plan area. As you'll note on the agenda, it does have split recommendations with Planning Commission finding the request inconsistent and Development Services supporting and the hearing officer recommending approval. Our basis of approval was with the additional restrictions regarding no eating establishments and convenience stores and removing a request for automotive repairs. We felt, and again, those use restrictions are similar to use restrictions in the adjacent CNR district to the west. Those three specific restricted uses are not permitted in that district. And we had compatibility concerns about those three specific uses. So with the applicant offering to remove those uses from his proposed restricted use list, we felt that the project was compatible with the surrounding development pattern, which again, along Martin Luther King, you've got commercial in the area to the northwest and further east. Again, Planning Commission found it inconsistent based on compatibility, transition, and concerns regarding consistency with the community plan, which they'll go into more detail in their presentation. But again, Development Services found it approvable, and we're available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the applicant here? And as the applicant comes forward, I do have to apologize, but I have to leave. I have to go pick up my daughter from school. So.
Go ahead, Mr. Pressman.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair and Commissioners. Todd Pressman, 200 2nd Avenue South, number 451 in St. Petersburg, Florida. This is RZ 22-1591. As you can see, you pretty much cleared out the room by now, and you saved the best request for last, so I appreciate that. We're located in the Mango General area near Sefner. This is the site as the property appraiser has it. Located on MLK. Which of course is a major arterial roadway. The crux here, as Mr. Brady has indicated, is that we have gone through a lot of restricted uses. Part of those were at the suggestion of Development Services, which we were happy to meet with or to work with them and meet on their concerns, which as you indicated were the same as a CN zoning, which is right next door. So at that point, Development Services chose to recommend support for the request. So the change conditions included restricting drive-through restaurants, restricting C-stores with or without gas, removing specialty retail, removing all auto repair. So again, we are happy to make those changes. Per the zoning map, you can see along MLK, it's a very commercialized arterial. These are some of the uses. You see the site in the center, Walgreens, fast food restaurants, car wash, pharmacy, post office. Future land use category through the whole area is R9, very consistent. You can see MLK, which is a divided 6-lane arterial roadway, which the site would front upon. The site is off to the left here, as you can see the intensity of the roadway. In 2017, MLK carried 42,000 vehicles per day, again, a 6-lane divided highway. We have touched base with both property owners abutting on the rear. These are emails from both of them. So as you can see in the graphic or the mapping here, both abutting property owners are in support and are not in opposition to the request. We have not received any emails or calls from anyone else. We do meet locational criteria per Objective 22 and Policy 22.2. A goal commercial development should be directed to the US 92 and MLK Boulevard corridors. Under your comp plan, recognize the commercial character of MLK and support infill development and redevelopment within the urban service area. Planning Commission comments, they do have concerns. They felt that we were too far from the intersection, which we didn't agree with. We thought on the major arterial we were very, very strong. Concern of the residential neighbors, but I'm bringing forward to you written documentation that the abutting residential owners are okay with it. And they had concerns about predominant character of the surrounding area, but the abutting and immediate areas are virtually all commercial and very intensive. So again, showing you the intensity by the zoning colors and the uses. And also showing you that the depth of this parcel is not very deep, not nearly as deep as other parcels and other commercial activities, so that impact and intensity is a lot less moving away from MLK. So in summary, we've restricted a lot of the intensive uses per the zoning department desires, which we thought was fine. Shown the predominant use is commercial in the area, presented support by the neighbors, and meet the main directives, not just the comp plan, but the Sefner Mango Community Plan, and we meet locational criteria. Be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. We have any proponent testimony? Opponent testimony? Hear none. Okay, Ms. Leinhardt.
Thank you, ma'am. The subject property is located in the residential 9 future land use category. It is within the urban service area and also located within the limits of the Sefner Mango Community Plan. The subject site directly abuts single-family residential dwellings to the west and to the south. A rezoning to commercial general restricted would not be harmonious or compatible with the single-family residential character of the area directly located to the south of the subject site along Broad Street. Though the applicant has provided a list of use restrictions as part of the rezoning application, several of the proposed uses present a compatibility concern due to the intensity of these proposed uses directly adjacent to an established residential area to the west and south. Future Land Use Element Policy 16.2 states that gradual transitions of intensities between different land uses shall be provided for as new development is proposed and approved through the use of professional site planning, buffering, and screening techniques, as well as control of specific land uses. A rezoning to commercial general restricted would not provide a suitable transition between residential and commercial general uses. The subject site does meet commercial locational criteria. However, policy 22.7 of the future land use element states that the commercial locational criteria is not the only factor to be considered. Factors such as land use compatibility are also considered, and in this case, Planning Commission staff has concerns regarding the compatibility of the proposed use in close proximity to single-family residential dwellings. The proposed rezoning request is also not consistent with the community plan. Goal 3 of the Sefner Mango Community Plan does include strategies to concentrate commercial development, office, and light industrial along Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. However, Goal 2 prohibits commercial encroachment into residential areas south of Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. Based on these considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning inconsistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. The zoning hearing master.
The zoning hearing master reviewed the applicant's request for rezoning to the commercial general restricted zoning district. The subject property is 0.49 acres in size and is currently zoned RDC 12 and designated residential 9 by the comprehensive plan. The property is located in the urban service area and the Sefner Mango community planning area. The applicant's representative submitted revised restrictions to the commercial general zoning district, which mirror the adjacent parcel restrictions. And this was discussed during the zoning hearing master hearing. The revised restrictions prohibit eating establishments with drive-throughs and convenience stores with or without gas, and eliminate the previously proposed neighborhood and minor vehicle repair. Based upon these revisions, the Development Services Department changed their recommendation to supportable and revised their staff report accordingly following the zoning hearing master hearing. The Planning Commission staff, as you heard, has found that the request is not consistent with the Sefner Mango Community Plan, as Goal 2 prohibits commercial encroachment into the residential area southeast of Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard, and found that this rezoning proposal is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. The zoning hearing master reviewed the area surrounding the property and found that it is zoned PD, commercial neighborhood, and RDC 12, and developed with a mix of commercial and residential land uses. The zoning hearing master stated that the proposed restrictions will require a 20-foot type B buffer, and the developer has committed to planting the required evergreen trees 10 feet apart rather than the standard 20 feet apart. And this will serve to increase the compatibility of the project with adjacent parcels. The zoning hearing master concluded that the request for commercial general restricted zoning district on the subject property with the revised restrictions submitted by the applicant is compatible with the surrounding development pattern and the residential 9 future land use category. And the zoning hearing master concluded with a recommendation for approval.
Thank you. Commissioner Owen?
Mr. Gormley, to the east is a really similar property, correct? And we're limiting to 3 uses. And I was looking at this property, and I was looking at the aerials. I don't see a major encroachment into the into residential property, or am I missing that?
Yes, we did not view this as a encroachment into the residential area. We looked at that, the property to the adjacent to it is also zoned to allow commercial uses. We looked at this as a continuation of the established pattern and not an intrusion into the residential area.
And there's been no opposition to this?
I don't believe we've had any opposition at all. That's correct.
I'll move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Owen, second by Commissioner Watson. Please record your vote.
Motion carried 6-0.
Okay. Do we have any other public hearing related items?
No other public hearing related. The last item is a staff report.
Yes. I want to see if we have any commission
Yes,
items before we go there. Any commissioner items? Okay, then we go to the staff report for Pinekey. Thank you.
Commissioners, item I-1 is a staff report on Pine Key. Carlos Llanos from the Planning Commission will start the report, and I'll conclude with some findings.
Good afternoon. Carla Llanos with Planning Commission staff for the record. So today before you is Pine Key Island, which is approximately 9.2 acres of a privately owned island located west of Apollo Beach and southeast of MacDill Air Force Base. Now, the subject property was subject to a code enforcement case, so in order to resolve an issue with it, the applicant had to rezone the property. However, that rezoning was not possible, so basically what we're going to do today is we're going to go over the history in case, you know, a few of you, it's been a while since you've heard that Pine Key Island come before you. So again, it was a code enforcement case. To resolve it, they had to go for a rezoning, but because they didn't have a future land use, the rezoning couldn't take place. So as a result, the owners initiated a map amendment to quasi-public, future land use, and that happened in July of 2021, cycle of plan amendments. It was found inconsistent by the Planning Commission as the public, quasi-public, future land use category was viewed overly broad, and it didn't really address some of the key items on the island. Furthermore, the map amendment went before the Board of County Commissioners it was determined that Pine Key did not fit within any of the established future land use categories within unincorporated Hillsborough County. So at that point, PC staff was directed to create a island-specific future land use category. And we ended up submitting a text amendment for HCCPA 22-07. Under that plan amendment, we added a new future land use category known as island recreation, and it was added to Appendix A of the future land use element, or at least proposed. However, in October of last year, the Board of County Commissioners did vote not to transmit that text amendment due to a lack of information and some concerns about environmental impacts. Since then, Commissioner Owen has requested that a report be provided to the board regarding public safety, the requirements, and the impact on public safety related to the potential of Pine Key Island Comprehensive Plan Amendment and the rezoning with it. So a staff meeting with the reviewing agencies was held on February 9, 2023 to gather information on potential impacts and, if possible, to find a mitigative solution. There were 22 staff members from 8 reviewing agencies in collaboration, and Adam Gormley can talk about what was discussed during that meeting and speak to the public safety aspects of it. Adam?
Thank you so much, Adam.
Thank you, Carla. So, Commissioners, we did, at the request of Commissioner Owen and the future issue item, we did meet with the Sheriff's Office and with Fire Rescue to identify what they might, what needs might be present in the event that this island were allowed to engage in business opportunities, business activities. They did indicate, they both indicated that they have had calls for service to the island, and that if the use were legitimized on there as a business, they would expect those calls to increase. In particular, there are some challenges that were identified by Fire Rescue, particularly the access to the island. There's no road access, it's an island, so access either needs to be by boat or helicopter in extreme cases. They did note that each call for service would take the engine out of service for approximately 1.5 to 3 hours, and that was due to that boat being serviced also by an engine company service in Apollo Beach. The Fire Rescue also indicated that they would desire to see an appropriate helicopter landing zone designated on the island. I believe that there was an event there some years ago where people were, there's a fire event and the helicopter did need to land on the island to remove one of the injured people. Also, Fire Rescue's belief was that there should be on-site off-duty paramedics with shelter and restroom facilities to accommodate them if the island were, while it was during business hours. Following that consultation with the Sheriff's Office and Fire Rescue, as Ms. Llanos noted, there was a meeting with several reviewing interested public agencies, one of which was the Tampa Bay Pilots Association, and they provided some perspective that I think was new to the whole conversation about Pine Key, and that was the proximity of the island to the existing shipping channels. The Pilots Association has an obligation to ensure the safe navigation of ships through the bay, through Tampa Bay, and one of the things that was noted was that the owners of the island have already asked that shipping schedules be altered to reduce the wave action and the wakes that Pine Key is experiencing. I think that this was, I would call this a game-changing type of comment. The island has been there. I call it an island. It's a spoil island. It's an accumulation of dredge materials have been piled up in the bay, has generated some vegetation and had it stay there. However, it is very proximate, as the exhibits in this report will show, to 2 existing shipping channels. the Port Tampa Bay was also at this meeting and expressed significant concern with having port operations needing to be altered if there was a collection of people and a safety issue with a legitimized use of Pine Key. So with that, I would have a recommendation for the board that the focus shift from really shift to what's an appropriate designation and use of this island. And I think that these are some of the things that have been talked about, and recognize that the island is there, but it is not approved for or intended to be a business location, not intended to be something that would gather people and potentially create a safety concern with wakes from the ships that are traversing our bay. And while it is noted that we don't have a future land use category that exactly fits this, believe that there could be a category that is similar to the direction we're in, crafting something specific to this location, this island, but recognizing that it is in a position where it needs to be secondary to the needs of the shipping in the bay and not establishing business rights or business opportunities that then might become an impediment to commerce through the bay. I'll pause there and be available for any questions or.
Yeah, if I may, Madam Chair.
Hold on one second. You coming back with additional comments?
Yeah, I just
Okay.
wanted to notate that we do have Sean here from the Planning Commission to help answer any questions that you might have as well, in terms of the environmental aspects of that as well. But yeah, we're just here to gather some direction from the board and see how we need to proceed with this.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Owen.
Thank you, and sorry about that, Madam Chair. This was pretty eye-opening to me, and I went back, I looked, I said, how do you buy a spoil island? I still have never got an answer on how you can buy a spoil island for the price of a really nice car. It's a little bit mind-boggling to me, and I serve on Port Tampa, and there are a lot of issues with people that purchase property, near port property, that more so deal with submerged islands, because there's, it's similar to a deed. There's potential litigation over probably every one of those. And I want to thank staff for going even further and including the pilots or finding a way to get this information to the pilots. I've taken boats around this island quite a few times just to really look at it. And you look next to all the other spoil islands that are appropriately preserved. We've got our spoonbill habitat very close to it. We have oyster barriers on these other spoil islands, and then there's this island. And I always tell people it's similar. When I was a kid, we used to take lumber and mattresses and build forts in the woods. We thought it was really cool, and it looks like that's just been done all over this island. It's an eyesore, and it's really a shame to see what this has become. And then you listen to what police, obviously everyone, public safety is important to this board. I know that. I believe that if we even created some type of land use designation for this island, that eventually when something happens, probably sooner than later, we as a board will be held accountable for that, as we probably should. I understand that speculation, I've done speculation in my life. I did well and I did bad on speculating with property. But in this instance, you're talking about a property that was purchased for a song. Really a helicopter pad on this small, tiny island. It sounds borderline ridiculous to me, but a necessity. So I have been working with staff, and Commissioner, stick with me here. I know it's getting late. I want to move to create a land designation, and I'll be interested to hear what you commissioners think about this. But I'm going to move that a spoil island land use category is created consistent with land use categories that resemble our natural preservation land use category, but recognizes private ownership like in a nature preserve. So what I'm moving for is to, because I know that this is such a different element that it's privately owned, but I really think that we as a board have to set a precedent for the rest of these spoil islands. Like I said, I hope no one can ever buy a spoil island, and I'm going to look into this further to see how in the world people can, and maybe another commissioner knows this, but I have not gotten an answer to how you can even purchase one of these islands like this. So that is my motion. I know it can be pretty harsh to the owners of this island, but again, this is speculative, and I think that it's important that we, and Mr. Gormley, if you could confirm too, I looked into the issue with the pilots. I mean, if this island gets designated for the use that the developer wants, won't they almost trump our pilots and our moving cargo in and out because of how it would become designated for residential and recreational use? Doesn't that almost trump the pilots?
It would put so the Pilots Association is their main charge is safety. So what they've expressed is if there becomes this becomes a gathering place, that there may be safety issues that would require that they yield port traffic or alter it to avoid an unsafe situation such as a large gathering at the island.
Yeah.
So their stated concern, I would say it was their executive director who's at the meeting, but stated that if this did become a legitimized business use, that they may be in that position of having to alter that port traffic.
Yeah. Well, I think, I would highly recommend my motion to be approved. I think that we need to really listen to our fire chief and our sheriff, as well as our pilots. That's an important part of our economy here. So that's all I have. Thanks.
I'm one of the owners is online, and I'd like to answer some of these questions if I could, or some of these concerns.
Hold on one second. Staff,
Okay.
who's speaking? Because we're in board discussion now.
Online is Cole Weaver, who is the owner of Pine Key Island.
And I can answer some of these questions or concerns that you guys have.
Point of order.
Yes.
We haven't recognized anyone from this application. This is not about this application. This is just about a report that we have.
Yes.
Well, I also sent an email to the county commissioners.
Staff, can you please mute the person online? We are in board discussion at this time. Thank you so much. Commissioner
And
Cameron
I seconded that. by the way.
Yes. Yeah. You want to speak? You in the queue to speak? Okay, it showed up. Okay. Commissioner Kemp.
Okay. And we have struggled with this for a few years, as you know, with, I felt an incredible lack of information because it was, the first time we had gotten anything like this and had very little information on how to deal with it. And there was a desire for quite a robust operation out there. And long-term, our code enforcement went out there because it was being used without having any kind of zoning. So it's been a complicated issue, and I hope that we start to have this as a model for others that come. We went from all over the place trying to understand the implications of the request that was made of us. And then, I think it was pretty strong, the opinion of the board on not to have an island category that applies to every island uniformly because these are all so different, this one being the location, the unique circumstances of it. To answer your question just a little bit, and I'm not the expert on this, and actually Mr. College, who's here, might have some more information about this, but at some time there have and are tax rolls that have been bought up on submerged properties, like right off the coast. This turned into a big issue at the city of Tampa a couple years ago, and some robust building to happen. And I speak from afar because didn't come before me, but it seemed as though it was in the water. And you were on that county, that's right, I forgot, the city council at the time. And you know, it was rejected at some point in that process after a lot of discussion. We have the same potential for that kind of thing in the county, although I haven't seen, this is the only time I've seen something like this. And I do think that we have to uniquely look at all of these properties. This is a very small property. I heard there's even some maybe questions about the size of it, actually. But the circumstances, I like the idea of, I'm pretty sure of what you suggested for personal use. They bought it to use personally, or, you know, that. And I think prior to this, in this particular case, what I vaguely recall reading is that it was owned by an individual, and that they bought it from an individual, not from a tax roll or anything like that, I believe was the circumstance. I don't know if Mr. Gormley has that, or if I'm misremembering whatever it was that I had seen about that at one time.
The deed of transfer from 2017 indicates it was sold by Tiki Bay Island LLC. So it was a purchase. How it became subject to a deed, we couldn't answer that question.
I see. And I don't know if others want to hear some more, Mr. College, because those were the questions you asked. But.
Oh, hold on one second, please. Commissioner Wastel.
I just wanted the motion clearly restated before we voted, that's all.
Okay. Commissioner Cohen.
Yeah, I couldn't resist chiming into what Commissioner Kemp was saying. We had a case that came up at the Tampa City Council a couple of years ago where someone had purchased submerged land inside of a lagoon off of the Courtney Campbell Causeway, and they actually were attempting to get it zoned so that they could fill it in and develop it. And it created quite a stir, as you can imagine. It was unanimously rejected, but in the course of the discussion, we found out that there are, I believe, and I'm not sure if this is accurate, but I believe 4 parcels on the water side of Bayshore Boulevard that are basically in the same category. They're actually owned, and someone could theoretically come and try to zone them in some way. This has been going on, I think, it's unfortunate for the applicant, it's unfortunate for the community. This has been going on for a long, long time, and we've been wrestling back and forth with what to do. But I do have to say, this information from the harbor pilots is new to the discussion, and I think it really does change very much what the possibilities are here. So my understanding, and you're going to restate the motion, I guess, in response to Commissioner Wastel's asking for it, but my understanding is that whatever you do, it's just going to be related to this parcel, correct? We're not going to try to solve the whole countywide problem of submerged lands everywhere. We're just going to deal with this one. I definitely will support that, because that's the only way we're going to be able to finally put this thing to bed.
Yep.
Thank you. Planning staff.
Thank you. I'll be really brief. Sean College, Planning Commission staff. The issue of submerged lands that are privately owned, which was correctly characterized by the commissioners here, but when that occurred, at the direction of the BSCC and the City of Tampa, we did change the comprehensive plans in both jurisdictions to strongly prohibit filling of lands for development. And if that were to occur, it would become natural preservation. So it's not, that issue has effectively been solved for submerged lands.
It was as a result of that case?
As a result of that case. It was, at the time, both governments directed staff to do that, and we did, and it's in the comprehensive plan now. So submerged lands is effectively solved. islands that do not have land use, that is still an issue. There's a few of them. This is a privately owned one. For example, 2D and 3D, that are the large spoil islands that are owned by the port, also do not have land use currently. There's an island off Alafai Coast that is owned by Mosaic largely, and that does not have land use as well. We've been looking at this for a number of years. Typically, we do want to have the owner to be supportive of us working with them on a land use. So we have reached out to the port, and we haven't come to a decision yet with them on assigning land use, such as public, quasi-public, or something else. But it's still available should the port be interested in doing that. And we can reach out. We have reached out to Mosaic before, and they felt hesitant. But these are issues we are dealing with.
Okay, and I'd just like to make one comment, because with the Tampa Bay Pilot Association, and we're thinking about the ships that are coming in, that's an economic impact to our county. They're bringing in commodities, and yet you have some folks out on the island for pleasure, then you're asking them to alter their schedule because they might have some boats they want to run up and down the river at the same time, and that's a business decision. So I just want to share that with us and look at it from an economic opportunity already with the port and the shipping. That's a huge business here in our county. It's with our shipping. So we need to really be mindful of what the recommendation, and we do not interfere with our economic development with the Port of Tampa.
Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner.
And every commissioner here, that you all have made great points. I think we're all in sync with this. And to go further on what you said, our port's extremely limited because of depth as well. And the requirements for dredging are very difficult because you're talking about environmental, you're talking about extreme costs too as well. So I'm going to restate. I move that a spoil island land use category is created consistent with land use categories that resemble our national preservation land use category, but recognize private ownership like a nature preserve.
Yeah. In a second. Do we have a second?
I already seconded.
Oh, no. Oh, that's right, you restated. Commissioner Watson, you want to say something?
No, I just wanted to hear it again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. County staff,
I just
planning
wanna-
staff, I'm sorry.
I would just like to clarify. Are we requesting the text amendment to be specifically to Pine Island or applicable to any type of island within unincorporated Hillsborough County?
It's a great question, Mr. Gormley. Can we make that designation for this particular item or this particular island, or do we have to create the land use category first, or can I designate it for this particular? Because that's what it would be.
My understanding is this would be crafted for this particular island, can be applied to the island, and can be zoned consistent with that future land use category and specific to Pine Key.
Okay.
That's what I'd like to do.
Okay, and then I'm going to state a couple items for the fact. There are 11 islands currently in unincorporated Hillsborough County that have no future land use category.
Yeah.
So if one of those islands come in and ask for a future land use amendment, that text amendment wouldn't apply to them, correct?
That is correct, but I think it's something this board needs to address at another date. I don't know why that the port, Tampa, doesn't own all these spoil islands. I think this is a dangerous, slippery slope, but I hope this board is showing our position on those other islands by how we're acting today. But I don't want to blindly make a decision on other islands that I'm not familiar with. So I'm going to stick my motion and move specifically as to this island.
Thank you, Commissioner Kemp.
And again, I just like to confirm too that I believe it should be specific to this island because we don't have the information about the others, although I can definitely see that there's a problem we need to know. But it's one thing that, because it came to us at some part of this being applying to all islands, and that was one of the things we adamantly said, no, we cannot be doing that. And just for clarification, so we are voting on this today, and then Does this come back as an agenda item? How does that work in terms of, I mean, we're voting for kind of a direction here, correct?
Yes, Commissioner, if this motion passes, we expect that the category would come back as well as some suggestion on how to move forward with landing that fully on the island. No pun intended.
Okay. No other comments? Yes.
So it'll be in the form of 3 applications. So you'll have your text amendment that'll come through, initiated potentially by county staff, and we'll work or collaborate with the applicant as well, with the direction that you guys gave. And then the other 2 applications would be for a comprehensive plan map amendment and a concurrent rezoning, and that is still the direction the board wants to go, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. So no other comments, please record your vote.
Motion carried 6-0.
Okay. We don't have anything else. We adjourn. Thanks so much.
Thank you.